Recording in progress.
Good morning, members, colleagues on the platform. Are you able to hear me?
Morning, Chairperson. We can hear you, Chair.
Thank you very much. It's 9 o'clock. I think that perhaps we should start our meeting. Can I maybe just get an indication from Secretariat if we have a quorum to start the meeting?
We have a quorum to start the meeting, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. All right, everybody on the platform, colleagues, honorable members, let me welcome you to the meeting of the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies. I think it is proper that I show my face so you see who you are talking to. My name is Kusela Sangonitiko. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. I will switch off the video now so you know that I'm real. The meeting today, firstly, is called virtually, I think maybe for the purposes of clarifying to the members and colleagues that we had had a discussion, I think, as members of the committee, where we took a decision that where feasible, some of the meetings of the committee would be held virtually. This, I think, is in the interest of saving time and I think also travel costs, but I think that's a discussion that the Portfolio Committee may want to reflect on, which I think we will do that on our own, given the fact that a lot of us do tend to be in Cape Town anyway, so it may not necessarily assist in terms of, the cost savings that we had envisioned there. This meeting is called really to look at three main items. The agenda, I'm hoping that the Secretariat will put the agenda on the screen.
I'll do that now, Chair.
Thank you. So the agenda is opening and welcome, where they gave me a gracious 10 minutes, which I think is unnecessary for that. Then the adoption of all outstanding meetings. Honorable members will be aware that in the last two meetings, we were unable to consider the minutes from those portfolio committees. So we'll just take 5 minutes and take all minutes as read. Just to confirm that the minutes are correct as proposed. Apologies, the induction of members by the Auditor-General. I think the AG's office is already here. The briefing by the GCIS and MDDA, we have scheduled that from 10 o'clock until 10:40, and then the briefing by DCDTs and its entities from 10:40 to 1 o'clock, with adjournment planned for 1 o'clock. I have received an apology, I think, from the SABC that they will need to be excused as soon as the DCDT finishes their component of the report. So we will make that particular amendment, I think, just in terms of scheduling. Honorable members, that is the agenda. Do we have any apologies, Secretariat?
Good morning, Chairperson. We have apologies for the Minister in the Presidency and also the Minister of DCDT, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hajira. In the absence of the ministers, who is leading those two departments? Honorable Bodlani, you have your hand up. You can come in, ma'am. Honorable Bodlani, I've recognized you. You are muted, Honorable Bodlani.
I'm sorry, Chair. I thought I had spoken. I'm asking for early departure if we are not done at 1. My connection is really unstable.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. That is noted. So we have 3 apologies then, the 2 ministers and Honorable Bodlani for early departure at 1. Without any further ado, then let me ask that we put up the first minutes on the screen. Those are for which date, Hajira?
Chairperson, minutes 23rd of July.
Hajira, you're going too fast. Go back up, go up to page 2. Thank you. Honorable members, any comments, changes on page 2 of the minutes? Thank you. Page 3. Any comments, questions, clarities on page 3, honorable members? Thank you. You may proceed to page 4. Any comments on page 4, honorable members? No comments. Let's move on to page 5.
Page 5 is the last page, Chairperson.
Thank you, Hajiram. Any comments on page 5? All right. Honorable members, can I then get someone to move for the adoption of the minutes?
Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Sithole moves. May I have a seconder, please? Thank you. Honorable Mkhacha, you seconding, am I right?
Yes, audible.
Thank you
Chairperson,
very much.
minutes for the 20th of August, Chairperson.
Thank you. The minutes for the 20th of August, this was the short portfolio committee meeting that we held before we started the induction workshop. You may move down.
We are the last page of the minutes, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, those are the minutes of the portfolio committee held on the 20th of August. The main purpose of the meeting was really around this establishment of the subcommittee for the ICASA council vacancies. Do we have a mover for the adoption of the minutes?
I move, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhacha. Do we have a seconder, please?
I second, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sithole. So those minutes are duly adopted. Then the final minutes, these are the final minutes. Am I correct, Hajira?
No, Chairperson, another set after this, the 3rd of September after this.
Thank you. This was on the briefing of the SABC on the implementation of the turnaround strategy, the department in resolving the tariff dispute, as well as the briefing on the public written responses we'd received on the SABC bill. You may move down. Thank you. Page 3. Any comments on page 3, honorable members? Thank you. Page 4. Any comments on page 4, honorable members?
Mfowethu. Kunjani?
Honorable
Hello.
Sithole, please mute. Page 5.
Last page of the minutes, Chairperson.
Thank you, honorable members. Those are the minutes for the portfolio committee held on the 27th of August, dealing with the SABC and the SABC Santec dispute. Can I have a mover for the adoption of the minutes?
I move it, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sithole. May I have a seconder for the minutes, please?
I second, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhacha. These are the final minutes. This would have been our meeting held last week, the 3rd of September. The meeting focused on the SAPO business rescue update, as well as a briefing by the department on the KPMG forensic report. You may move down, Hajira. Any comments, members, on page 3? Hajira, before you move, there's just one issue I have on this document on page 3. Just below the Postbank representatives making their presentation, right after the bullet points, it speaks to the presentation being available on request. I'm not sure to whom, and I want to just propose we remove that because I understand there were just some issues around the amount of detail in that report. It takes away nothing from the capturing of the issues that were raised. Thank you very much. We can move down. Next page. Thank you. Members, any comments on this on page 4? Ajir, I think for the sake of completeness, can we just add on the comments that the members had raised, the issue of the quality of the report that was presented around the post-bank forensic report, because I think there's also action that is expected there, in line with some of the issues that Honorable Vilakazi had raised in the meeting and in a subsequent email. Thank you. You may proceed. Any comments, honorable members, on page 5? Thank you. You may move.
The last page of the minutes, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, those are the minutes for the meeting held on the 3rd of September, dealing with issues related to the South African Post Office and the Post Bank. May I have a mover for the adoption of the minutes?
I move, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Botlani. Honorable Subrati, seconds. Thank you very much. The next item then on our...
Sorry, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Senator Tistole?
Just my request, if they can actually, you see abbreviations, there's a lot of abbreviations there. If they can put the full name of that abbreviation and then put on the abbreviation on a proper space.
In brackets, we will do that. We'll do that. The Secretariat has heard you, Honorable Stolle. We'll make sure that that is done. All right. Secretariat, if you could get the agenda back up, please. I believe that the next item on the agenda is a handover to the Auditor-General of South Africa, who would just induct members through the work and the cooperation that we are supposed to have as a committee with the AGSA. The Auditor-General's office is welcome into the meeting, as well as all other colleagues I may not have mentioned by name at the start. I think as you come up to present, we will then acknowledge and recognize your participation in that regard. Could I then hand over to the Office of the Auditor-General?
Morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. Can I get confirmation that I am audible?
And you are not artificial intelligence. We get that a lot. Thank you. You are very audible, Alstabe.
Yes, the person behind the name. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. From our side, we want to start by thanking the committee for the opportunity to come and present from an induction perspective. Before we start with the business of the day, I just want to highlight, Honorable Chair and members, the AG team that is in the room. Maybe when I mention them, they can switch on their videos so that the committee can see them. So in the room we have my principal, Mr. Andres Segeto, is in the room with us today. I think the committee or the chair might have seen him in other platforms. Thank you, sir. We also have Mrs. Sureta Liat. She is responsible mainly for the DCDT department. We also then have the Suret, thank you. We also then have Joyce Nkonyana, who's responsible for the SAPO and the Post Bank. So Joyce and Suret will be assisting us with the presentation for the day. There's Joyce. We also have in the room Mponzo. Ms. Mponzo Chauke is our senior manager, responsible for the information system audit. So she's heavily involved with the audit, especially with some of the IT staff as well at SAPO. We then also have it's Novelin and Dufuno. They are responsible for the CETA audit. I see Novelin, yes, and then they are responsible for the CETA audit. Some of the teams that support us, okay, Lufune is sharing a camera with Novelin, might join us, honorable members, but these are the main contact team members that we have, that we ask for them to be in the meeting so that they can assist with engagement with the committee, so that if there's any questions that are specific to their portfolios, they will then cover them. So once again, I'm Tabero Musisinyani, the business unit leader from one of the units in the office of the AGSA that's responsible for communications portfolio overall. Some of the SMs that I then introduced are responsible for some of the entities. Like I said, Mr. Anders Segato is my principal. He's responsible for a number of portfolios, of which comms is one of them, within the office of the AGSA. So, honorable members, I don't know if we have been given rights to share our presentation, if we're made host.
We've given you co-rights, thank you.
Please give Mr. Suret Aliat the permission to share the slides, because she's the one that's going to be sharing the slides. So while we wait for the slides to be shared, I'll start the conversations. So from our side, it was important that we come through and do an induction for the committee. We do know that there is a bit of a time lag with the information that we'll be presenting, because the information is for the 1 March 2023, and this is because the information for the 2024 financial year, we can only table it after the department and its entities have officially tabled their annual report. So for the purpose of the conversation today, we'll be mainly dealing with information as at 31 March 2023. So just in case, maybe after our presentation, the departments, the entities then present updated information. I think that's what I wanted to clarify. So our presentation, thank you, Suret. Our presentation starts by just a high level or reminder of who we are as the Office of the AGSA. We will then move into the detailed presentation around the performance information. Then we'll move into some of the key projects we have been engaging with within the organization. And then towards the end, we look at what are the overall audit outcomes, because we believe the fact that what we present from a performance perspective and also from some of the messages, they feed into the overall audit outcomes that we know. So traditionally, as the Office of the AGSA, we used to start with the overall outcomes, then we then present the rest. So we thought we should shift things a little bit, where we start with the information that feeds into or that informs the audit outcomes that we then table. So from my side, I'll take the first part of the presentation that's really about who we are, and the slide that we have right now, it's a reminder for all of us on why we exist as the Office of the AGSA. We have a constitutional mandate to ensure the fact that in our work, we then enable oversight, we then enable accountability in government through auditing, and thereby building public confidence. So our role today, as we are presenting our outcomes on the work that we've done, we are enabling the committee in its oversight role to then look at what are the areas that we've raised on, where do they need to perform oversight role, together with the work that other ecosystem partners then come and present to the committee. Please move to the next slide. So this slide just highlights the role or where we get our mandate as the Office of the AGS. As I said previously, I'm only going to highlight a few sections. I won't go to each and every part, because I'm going to take the slide as read as they were shared earlier, Honorable Chair. So what I want to highlight from the start is section 188 of the Constitution that says our mandate is to ensure that we audit and we report. And this is what we are doing. So we have been auditing for a number of years. And this morning in this meeting, we are therefore reporting on what we have then found on the ground. It is supported, we also then have the Public Audit Act, which is our act, that also highlights the fact that we need to then provide an opinion, conclusion, or conclusion on what we have then found. So our main three areas that we have is the financial statements, where we provide an opinion on whether the financial statements are free of material misstatement. We then also cover the compliance with laws and regulations. So if we don't look at all of them, there are specific laws and regulations that we then select to focus on, mainly relating to financial management, but we can also then scope other compliance areas if they will then lead to some of the messages we want to land. And then we also then have the audit where we report on the performance against preterm objectives. So these are the three main areas that we usually look at. I also want to highlight section 5 that we have on the slide, and this is what we call the discretionary audits. And in this area that says sometimes there are other audits that we do over and above the three main ones, leading to the work that we need to report to the committee. For example, the committee would recall during COVID, we then released the COVID-19 report. It was a special report that was required because of the times that we are at, and sometimes we do what we call projects. I think one of the slides that we'll be presenting today will cover some of the work that we did on the projects based on what was sitting in the MTSF indicator. So that's what section 5 then informs us to say sometimes we can do discretionary audits. Section 1, which is around the material irregularity, that is where the AG powers was amended. I'm not going to dwell on it because we have a slide that we're then going to cover on the section of material irregularities. Please move to the next slide. This slide, we included it also to share with the committee our roles and responsibility. We are part of a bigger network of supreme audit institutions around the world. And one of the papers or the sections they've released, they call it INTOSAI P12. This section highlights the fact that if SIs are going to be making a difference in the lives of the citizens, these are the principles that they need to live by or they need to comply with. So there are 12 principles, but I won't highlight all the principles, but in the main, the categories of the principles are around the fact that the SAI needs to ensure that they strengthen the accountability, transparency, and integrity of government and public sector entities. The other part that the SAI must do, they must demonstrate ongoing relevance to the citizens, parliament, and other stakeholders. And this really links beautifully with what we have started doing or what we've been doing over the years that now we've put it as Strategy 2030, is to say from our side, we want to remain relevant. And that means that we might have to change some of our strategies or approaches to make sure that we remain relevant to the lives of the citizens. And the last part, the principles then cover is about being a model organization through leading by example. So these are the principles that are included in INTOSAI P12. But one of the principles I also want to highlight, for example, is principle 3, that says we need to enable those charged with governance, with their public sector governance, to discharge their duties. So we enable it through our work that we do and eventually then report. So it is aligned to the principles included in the P12, in INTOSAI P12. Please move to the next slide. This slide, as I mentioned earlier, talks to our what we call the Culture Shift 2030. So this is a strategy that we've developed. It's been in the system for a while, and there's a lot of work we've been doing. But for us, what we want to highlight is the fact that our aspiration is to have a more stronger, more direct and constant impact on improving the lived realities of citizens. And therefore, it required us that we had to change some of our strategies or some of our approaches to ensure that if we link to the principles that are also indicated in the previous slide, to ensure that we remain relevant to the lives of the citizens. So in this strategy, we have come with a number of areas that we look at that is also integrated with the work that we do. For example, we look at insights, and with insights, what we do is if we are doing a normal audit and we identify some of the areas that we feel like it's really going to assist government or the Department of the Accounting Officer, we then provide that as insights to the accounting officer. I think a good example is the projects that we are going to be presenting in the sections around the BDM projects, also around the financial sustainability. Those are insights we bring to the table, whether it's the accounting officer, the committee, to say, these are the areas where we are either seeing risks or red flags. And therefore, we then recommend for the accounting officer and other stakeholders, those charged with governance, to do something to prevent anything going wrong, or that issues that will prevent the auditors to not successfully implementing their mandate. We also have a section that is called influence. And I think the next slide I'll unpack more on influence. But in influence, we are then realizing the fact that for us to then be successful in achieving the targets we set as government, there's a lot of role players that needs to come together and pull together. So what we do as the Office of the AGSA is over and above I'll call them the traditional stakeholder we engage. We also look forward to engaging other role players that we feel are critical in assisting or supporting governance to move it into the right direction. So in those areas where we don't really have a mandate to maybe audit what we do, we then influence them to make sure that they are then supporting government in moving to the right direction. The other area that we have is in force, which I spoke about, is around material irregularities, and the slides will also unpack. This is where we say where auditors are not responding to some of the findings that we are raising, we will then raise material irregularities to make sure that attention is given to a specific area. So what we then have in this slide is what we have, we call it party, but what this structure says, this is what will characterize an auditee that is doing good, an auditee that is working towards achieving their mandate. We say that auditee from a performance point of view, they will be meeting their targets. Most of the time what we see is the targets that has been included in the APPs of the departments and entities, as much as maybe we might not have findings from a validity, accuracy, and completeness of those targets, sometimes they don't achieve them. And from our side, we say not achieving targets then says that it has an impact of not achieving the service delivery. So we really want to see entities that are meeting the targets that they've set for themselves towards enabling service delivery on the ground. We also then look at accountability, and accountability is the fact that all officials, from the official up to the executive, they need to be accountable for what they're doing within the different departments and entities. And in instances where things go wrong, there is a swift reaction to make sure that there's consequence management and people are held accountable, and ensure the fact that they also then prepare the relevant documents, whether it's the annual performance plan report or the annual financial statements, and table them in the various platforms to allow for accountability to take place. I think we've seen in a number of entities within government where we have delayed audits, and our message with that is, if the audits are the audit team, the management is not submitting financial statements for audit, they then impact the accountability, because those charged with governance and oversight committee like this one, they are unable to hold the accounting officer or accounting authority accountable. So that is critical that those documents are submitted when they are due. Institutional integrity really talks also to the ethical posture of the departments and the entities. We really want to see from the leadership, when they set the tone on the top around integrity, around making sure the fact that they do the right thing, and making sure that if there's any instances where there's deviations, that people are then dealt with. The last one we then have is about transparency, which is also linked to accountability, that we want the entities to be transparent. We want them to be able to table the outcomes of how they perform in a financial year, whether it's in the annual financial statements or in the annual performance report. So this is really our strategy aspiration, and we really have been focusing on the different parts of this strategy to ensure the fact that we assist government in moving into the doing good category, which is what I have highlighted around what is the characteristics of an auditor that is doing good. Please move to the next slide. This slide I sort of spoke to about when I talk about influence. So in the process of us implementing with our strategy, we then sort of developed what we called an accountability ecosystem. And what was critical for us and why we had to develop it is very quickly we realized the fact that we won't be able to do it on our own. For us to really achieve our overall strategy objective aspiration, we really need other ecosystem partners to journey with us and to partner with us so that we are able to see the change that we want to see within government. So we then say it really starts, if we look on the left, with the leadership and decision makers. And it is important that it starts with officials. And because officials are the ones that are on the day-to-day basis, implementing initiatives that it's taking their department or the entity towards achieving the set mandate. So it's important that those officials that are appointed have the right qualification competencies. They are in the right position and doing the right thing. And therefore, it's important for us to then highlight the importance of the officials on the ground. We then also highlight the importance of senior management because they are there to set the tone. They are there to guide, to train, and to also hold accountable the officials if they are not doing their jobs. I think consequence management is one of the things that we've been highlighting as the Office of the AGSA, and the committee will see towards the end of the slides around compliance. It's actually one of the areas in this portfolio that they really need to strengthen for us to be able to see a change or a move within the portfolio. We are then also including the accounting officer and accounting authority supported by internal audit and audit committee. I think we really have been on a journey with internal audit because the difference between us and them, we usually come at the tail end of the financial year when things have already taken place. Whereas when you look at internal audit units, they are mainly involved on a day-to-day basis. So it's important that the internal audit function is strengthened and supports the accounting officer to deal with some of these things earlier on in the process before the situation is out of hand. And then we then also have on the slide the minister or the executive authority, which is the minister, and we also get the accounting authority in terms of public entities. On the right, when we look at the support and oversight, we also realize that the oversight functions also have a role to play. This includes this committee, for example, but it also includes other institutions that are responsible for setting laws and regulations and any guidances, where we look at public service administration as well, the treasuries, and also the planning, monitoring, and evaluation, for example. They also need to do their part to ensure that we then move into the right direction. In the middle, like I said, is the Office of the AGSA. Ours is to audit to ensure that we are able to provide insights, and we are also able to influence and overall to enforce where necessary. At the bottom, we also included the citizens, because for us, we really believe that it's important that the citizens are also active on the ground. They also have a role to play, whether it's a role to give us feedback on how things are going from a service delivery point of view, but they also have a role to comply with any laws and regulations out there that has been set by the various departments and entities, so that we are then able to move into the direction that we want. So from my side, it's important that we elevate this message that every person in the ecosystem needs to do their part so that we see the change that we want to see within government. So this is the last of my slide, honorable and honorable members. We are then going to move to the details of the committee, and then Suret and Joss will then take through the committee through the rest of the presentation, and then we can then take reflection at the end. Over to you, Suret.
Thank you, Tabelo. Good morning, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. I will quickly take you through the performance reporting. So with this slide, what we are indicating here, we're just depicting the cycle of government on strategic planning and how they need to do it with the National Development Plan and then your medium-term strategic framework. And what I would just like to highlight is that the plan, do, check and act is quite important within our entities, where they need to plan those specific indicators that's linked to those strategic plans. They need to include internal controls. They need to have sufficient resources to actually do those specific indicators or their projects that they need to do. Then they obviously need to check it and throughout the year with the quarterly reports, check it, make sure that they monitor it and that they oversee it. And then at the end, we have the annual report where they then report on the annual performance report. With this, we just have an observation or a reflection on the MTSF targets within the communication portfolio. One of our observations in this portfolio is due to the different role players and different entities within communication, the indicators that's included in your annual performance plans and reports is not necessarily always clearly linked, meaning that it's word for word the same as the MTSF targets, but that it does link. So with MTSF targets, what we want to elevate is obviously that the department or the communications portfolio need to include and implement some strategies. Then overall, they need to ensure that the population, 80% of the population have access to the internet, which is mainly linked then to your two key projects, which is SA Connect and your BDM, which is your broadcasting digital migration project. And then obviously is to keep the data and the cost of communication as low as possible. At number 2 at the bottom, there is the indicators that was then in the 22-23 annual performance reports included as an achieved. So SABC achieved the broadcasting of the national days. DCDT with SA Connect did the connection of 970 sites. The Artificial Intelligence Institute was established. Radio frequency were issued, and then the implementation of the social obligations was monitored. Targets that was not met in 22-23 was then the cost to communication study, the recommendations. Then also the BDM project was not running as it should or did not achieve the results, which I will delve into a little bit later in another slide on BDM. And then obviously the mail delivery standard and the systems uptime and the rollout of the international postal system equipment was not achieved, as well as Postbank by not becoming a retail and a business bank. So the root causes in the past that we did identify was the fact that some of the targets with BDM was not fully aligned to one another, as those role players play a critical role in achieving that specific project. There was delays in the plans of establishing the state bank, and then there was also your oversight controls that was lacking. Our recommendations in 2022-23 was that DCDT need to monitor and oversee all role players and keep them accountable. And the set-top boxes need to be installed and needs to be on track. And then they also need to be careful planning with the IPS equipment rollout. This slide refers to the audit reports that we have for the entities, and it is linked to the usefulness and reliability of performance information. So the graph at the top is just for information purposes on how did the entities report on their achievement per their targets. And then what we found was then in those specific entities, we had material findings. So with SAPU, the system in place to collect the information was not clearly documented, usefulness. The targets were not specific with DCDT, again, usefulness. And then insufficient measurement definition and processes that was not clearly defined within BBI, also the usefulness. And then targets reported were not supported by sufficient and accurate data, which refers to the reliability of performance information reported. And then there were also limitations of scope on the portfolio of evidence with regard to SAPU. The observation on the root causes why this occurred was ineffective record management in some of these entities, and then also a lack of consequence management and not timely or inadequate reviews that should have taken place. How does that impact then the environment? Mainly if achievements are not met or it's not useful and reliable, this could impact the fact that service delivery are not met within these entities. And then also that if it's not tracked and monitored sufficiently, then you can't intervene timely to ensure that those reporting or performance reporting is then achieved at the end of the day. So our recommendations was just to make sure that your review and monitoring systems is in place and implemented, that they improve the IT systems, and that they have prompt consequence management where they do see that there's transgressions regarding the performance information on these entities. Then just quickly on the key projects that we have looked at as well, which is also with the discretionary audits that we look at a key project with regards to BDM. So with your broadcasting digital migration program, I think that's a key project within the department where we want to move our analog then to digital. The main message or the main objective that we want to highlight is the fact that for this project to be successful, you need various entities. So DCDT, the SABC, Yusuf, USASA, Centec, and then also even SAPU is having an impact on this specific project. And if you have challenges in some of these entities, like for example, SAPU, then there is a challenge and there is a risk that, for example, that inventory on the set-top boxes might not be distributed in time, and that could hamper then this project overall. The impacts observed is then again that if this project does not are finished and that we don't move into digital, then we might have a potential non-compliance with the International Telecommunications Union. The cost of data may not reduce because you're still doing the dual system with analog and digital. There's also not newer technologies that can be included, and then internet access at the end. The citizens, like Tabelo was explaining at the bottom, might not have that access to the internet, or that our cost of communication can still be high. Our recommendations in 22-23 was then that they need to effectively plan and that they need to effectively, by the department, oversee these different role players so that the project can be successful at the end. Our other key message that we had in 22-23 was then obviously the financial sustainability with our SOEs with regards to SAPU and Postbank and SABC, as well as BBI. And one of the things that we did observe is that DCDT, or the department which is overseeing these SOEs, has strengthened their oversight. And also, when these entities do report on a quarterly basis, they need to unpack those reports and need to ensure that the necessary steps are taken to intervene with regarding the financial sustainability. So just in short, SAPU was under business rescue. Postbank, although currently financially stable, there was a risk with regards to the cyber attacks and the variation order. With SABC, they did complete their 3-year turnaround plan, and the bailout funds was almost fully utilized in 22-23, where they were commercially insolvent. And the big thing there for SABC is that they are struggling to settle their debt. And then with BBI, their operating expenses is still very high, creating also a risk on financial sustainability. The root causes was mainly a lack of implementation of the strategies and the instability in leadership within SAPU. At that stage, SABC's turnaround strategy was not output-driven, as SABC needs to increase its commercial revenue to finance their public mandate, and then the revenue generation is not sufficient to cover the operational cost of BBI. At the end of the day, the impact, if we look at SAPU and Postbank, it is impacting them that they cannot effectively fulfill their mandate. And then there's obviously a risk that if these entities still have these financial sustainability risk, it might impact them in future as well with their mandate. Then I'm going to give over to Joyce.
All right. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, and morning also to colleagues. So I'm going to take it from the material irregularities. Before I explain the material irregularities that we have identified, maybe I'll just go through the process in which we identify these material irregularities. So this is a tool that was introduced by the organization, which is the Auditor-General, 5 years ago. And the main objective was for it to be able to encourage the strengthening of the public sector institutions so that we are able to better service the people of South Africa. So what we do is that we, as part of the audit and over and above the work that we do, is that we identify any non-compliances with or contravention of legislation, any fraud that is taking place, theft or breach of fiduciary duty. This is identified during an audit performed under the Public Audit Act that resulted in or is likely to result in material financial loss, so the misuse or the loss of material public resource or substantial harm to the public sector institution or the general public. So if we identify any of the items that I've listed that are listed in the definition, so what we do is that we will therefore then notify the material irregularity to the accounting authority or the accounting officer. And then what we do is that we will then follow up and request for a written responses from the accounting officer or accounting authority on the steps that they are taking to either prevent further losses if there are any losses that are taking place, or prevent future reoccurrences of similar irregularities that we've identified, and what is it that they are doing to remedy the situation, recover the monies if there's monies that has been lost, and hold also the individuals that have been found to have caused the irregularities accountable. So what we do is that we will evaluate the responses that are provided to us. If we are satisfied with the responses, we therefore then report that the material irregularity that we had initially identified has been sufficiently been satisfied and responded to by the accounting officer or accounting authority. In instances where appropriate actions have not been taken, we therefore then move to the next level, where there are two options that we can basically follow. In instances where it's something that is still within our mandate, it doesn't involve maybe criminality, fraud, or areas that we can sort of see that the accounting office or accounting authority is also directly involved and will require the assistance of another public sector institution. We will therefore then move to a recommendation. After recommendations have been issued to the accounting office or accounting authority and they are not acted upon appropriately, we therefore then move to the next stage, which is the binding remedial action. The binding remedial action also offers the accounting office or accounting authority the opportunity to respond appropriately. If the appropriate responses are still not responded to, we therefore then move to the last stage where we issue a certificate of debt. Certificate of debt, this is instances where accounting office or accounting authority has failed to recover the financial losses that have been lost. So basically what we are now saying is that we are now holding you personally accountable for the losses that have been suffered by the state. So you have to then, you are legally bound to pay back the money that has been lost. So the other leg being in instances where it's outside of the area or it will require the assistance of another institutions such as the SIUs, the Hawks, we therefore then issue a referral. So there are some of the material irregularities as we go through the slide that I'm going to indicate that we have actually referred to the institutions, to another institution. We can move to the next slide. All right, so within the portfolio, the communications portfolio, we overall have 7 material irregularities that we have identified. Maybe just to also just throw in as a reminder that the what we're seeing or what I'm reporting on now, it relates to the 2023 financial year, as we haven't tabled the 2024 audit reports. So we have 2 material irregularities that we've identified at SABC. We have one that we have identified for SAPO. Postbank we have 2, and then SITA we have 2. The SAPO one, it relates to weaknesses in internal controls that we have identified within the grant payment system. This have seen significant financial losses that have been lost within the grant payment system, which is amounts close to 90 million. And then for Postbank, we have SASSA cards that have been stolen. these are cards that are used for fraudulent purposes. So you'll find that those SASSA cards are utilized in some instances, the most recent incident being the cyber incident that has been reported. So the SASSA cards that have been stolen and used for fraudulent transaction, so the amount that we had reported there directly linked to the theft of the cards, it's currently estimated at 30 million. And then the next one, we have SASSA cards written off due to exposure of the issuer master key. So there was an incident that had happened in 2018, which saw the key feature within the SASSA cards being exposed. And as a result, it exposed the cards to fraud vulnerabilities. So that has been reported as well as an irregularity, because it's an incident that could have been avoided from our assessment. And then the next one is an SABC security contract that was not procured accordingly. And we then identified that if proper procurement processes were followed, we could have avoided the losses that were reported. And then another one on SABC, there's a rent that was paid for an unoccupied space, which then it's a fruitless expenditure, which no gains are being enjoyed by the SABC. SITA, we also have payments made for excess licenses that are not utilized. So SITA procured licenses, but nobody is utilizing those licenses. However, they've been paid for. And the last one, payment made for event that did not take place. So SITA paid for an event, but the event never took place. So from this material irregularity, like I mentioned earlier, the key thing is to instill a culture of accountability. We also want to improve the protection of resources. We want to enhance the public sector performance and encourage ethical culture. With all of that, just so that we are able to better serve the people of South Africa. So there are some gains that we've also realized with this material irregularity. One being 4 million, we were able to prevent further losses from taking place. And then we were able to recover 500,000 through this material irregularity. We've also been able to encourage investigations to take place for 5 of the material irregularities that we had identified. So there's a contract that was stopped entirely, which is one in this case from all the material irregularities that we've identified. And then 3 internal control and processes have been improved. And from our assessment, we've noted that the improvements or the recommendation that we had issued and implemented by management will be able to prevent future reoccurrences of these material irregularities. So just overall reflections and observations of this material irregularities that is currently a pain and is also just preventing us from further implementing it or fully implementing it and enjoying the full gains of what it was designed to help us achieve. For example, instances where you would find that there's a court case that is taking place and the court case prolongs. So when the court case prolongs, it also prevents us from initiating any consequence management timely, because we would need to wait for the court case to be finalized before we can action anything. So what we also noted is that sometimes actions to address the material irregularities are not appropriately implemented, and the required supporting information when we issue the material irregularities and request for responses to be provided to us for us to be able to evaluate if appropriate actions are being taken. The supporting information that we receive is not adequate for us to do those assessments. In some cases, the material irregularities are not responded to in time, which also tends to prolong the overall process of responding to material irregularities. So what we will recommend, and we would like to encourage the committee to assist us with, is they must be able to assist us with, or they must request for continuous progress on the material irregularities that we've just presented now, just to find out from the accounting office and accounting authorities on what they are implementing to ensure that the material irregularities are resolved and there isn't any similar instances that are occurring in the future. And we also request that you encourage the accounting office and accounting authority to also provide us with chairman's responses on this material irregularities. Also, and encourage that even those ones that we have referred, we continue to keep track of those, and the institutions that we've referred to must also just account on the progress thereof. We can move to the next slide. So on the next slide, I'm going to provide feedback on the reflection on the weaknesses in the financial and compliance management. This is also just based on the...
Ms. Ngonyane, sorry, I'm so sorry to disturb you. Can I ask that much of it you do take as read, speak to the slides, don't go into detail because we are just mindful of time. Thank you, ma'am. Apologies for that.
All right, thank you. All right, so so this is a reflection on the compliance management. So what we are highlighting is some of the compliance areas that we are identifying as we audit. And these are key areas which impact on the services that the entities are meant to be rendering, and also the laws and the failure to implement the laws and regulations that have been designed also does affect the functioning of these SOEs. So what we are finding to be, a key issue, it's things such as how the financial statements are prepared, inadequate procurement, consequence management, which is a big one and affects almost majority of the entities, inadequate revenue management, lack of oversight and governance, and inadequate strategic planning and performance management. We can move to the next slide. And then this slide talks to the overall performance. So what we are noting, despite all the challenges that the portfolio faces, is that there has been some overall improvement in the overall audit outcome, as seen in the 2023. So what you will notice that in 2022, USEF was a disclaimer, but they've managed to improve to a qualification. However, SABC regressed to a disclaimer and NEMISA and Centec have managed to move from unqualified with findings to a clean audit. So overall, the portfolio has seen some improvement. However, the biggest regression being the SABC. We can move to the next slide. Okay, so this slide, it talks to dispute resolution mechanism. So the dispute resolution mechanism has been designed with the intention of creating a transparent and a formal process of resolving disputes. You might have seen that in the most recent days, we've been having quite a lot of cases being taken to court where we have differences between ourselves and some of our auditees. So there's a formal mechanism, and this slide is meant to be a reminder of how that formal mechanism of resolving disputes works. We can move to the next slide. This is also still a further indication of how the formal dispute works. So just the very last slide in the interest of time. So this is just our call to action, and our all call to action, we have categorized them in three. I won't go through the details at the bottom. So one, we just want a culture of accountability and consequence management, as well as good governance. And we also want an effective resource management. And then lastly, a visible oversight that will assist with the areas where the entities are struggling. And then very last slide. Okay, the annexure. All right, so this annexure, I believe you had a more detailed presentation and feedback that was provided to you by KPMG. So the work that they did is exactly the work that we've done here as part of our own audit process. The main difference is that they were doing a forensic investigation and we were doing our work as part of the audit. So we did a deep dive in terms of the cybersecurity. So the advantage that we had is that it happened around about the time when we were still doing the audit. So we managed to be able to gather the evidence that was required. After we did the detailed assessment and analysis of how the cybersecurity breach took place, we therefore then handed the work that we had done as well as the evidence that we had gathered for KPMG to continue with the detailed investigation for them to be able to prepare a forensic report. And I believe that the report was shared and we were provided the details of how the incident happened. So I'm not going to go through it in detail, but just to highlight that we were there, we've done the work. There is also a report that we had prepared. However, the work was then formally handed to the investigators, which is in this case, KPMG is the one that did the investigation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Ngonyana. Thank you, Ms. Musisinyane and the rest of the team for that presentation. Colleagues, that was, I think, just a brief overview by the Office of the Auditor-General on some key issues that we should be looking out for as a portfolio committee, a reflection on the work that they had done in the previous financial year around the department and its entities. I did notice that I think the department, the Government Communication and Information System, does not seem to be part of those that are within this particular presentation. I'm not sure where that is accounting. But can I then open up for members? I'll give 10 minutes for questions, discussions. Honorable members, any questions for clarification, comments? While you are still thinking, I think to say that we are obviously going to continue to have an opportunity to engage with the Auditor-General on these issues, but also with the departments themselves on what is coming out from the AG. In particular, I think we need to put in a system where we get quarterly reports around, how the recommendations from the Auditor-General are being factored in. Honorable members, can I see hands?
Honorable Chair, I don't know what's happening here.
And Sithole, I recognize you, then followed by Honorable Vilakazi. In that order, please may I ask, I'll come back to you, Member Potlani. Can I ask that you put on your video when you are asking your question so that our colleagues may have a sense of who they are talking to? Thank you, Honorable Sithole, followed by Honorable Vilakazi, and then Honorable Potlani. You are recognized, Honorable Sithole.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I don't know, do you see my video?
We see you looking very handsome there. We see you, Honorable Sithole. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to you and the entire members and the officials that are then the Auditor-General. But my Honorable Chairperson, my question, actually, first of all, I have to thank the presentation because it helps us to understand the issue that we are facing in the department. But I'm trying to find out from Auditor-General, because the Parliament passed the law, they give them some powers, but it doesn't seem that they are using their powers to evaluate what is happening in the department. Because if you can see the material irregularities, my honorable chair is the worrisome. So I don't know if they can give us the system that they have to implement what the government, what the Parliament have given to them, and what the country have given to them, Are they have a system to implement those powers? Because if they don't, it means the electoral expenditures and the fraud that is happening in the department is not going to stop. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sithole. Honorable Vilakazi.
Thank you, Chair. And with due respect, if I please can be allowed to not put on my video, my connection is very weak, and I know that video will have me disconnected in an instant. But good morning to all on this call. I first want to just express gratitude to the Office of the Auditor-General for the report, which is very helpful. And I did note that it's for the year ended March 23, but I think it's still very relevant even at this point in time. Just the one thing for me is going through the entity reports, it did, some of the indicators are uninspiring, or some of the indicators are really just more about what we did, and not so much about the impact even, or the substantive, what one might consider the substantive objective of the entity. This doesn't apply, of course, to all of them. But I noted that the Auditor General's presentation included inappropriate indicators, inadequate reporting and monitoring, as well as consequence management as some of the issues. And I just wanted to check, to what extent is the Auditor General itself able to not just comment on inadequate or inappropriate indicators, but influence the development or the improvement in these indicators. And that leads me to another question that I have, which is, if we are not necessarily measuring meaningful things, and this doesn't mean that it's happening in all the time, but in a number of instances it's the case, what then is the meaning of a clean audit? Or even forgetting the indicators, what can we read? How much can we read into a clean audit? And from the Auditor General's point of view, what is it that it does not give us? So yes, someone's got a clean audit, but what should we not lose sight of, or what should we be aware has not been taken into account? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vilakazi. Honorable Bodlani.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Chair, of course, we really appreciate the presentation. It will assist us greatly in doing our work. I would love to ask, in terms of the National Development Plan, across the entities, is it still something that the Auditor General has found that the entities remain aligned to that? Because in my view, I think it's something that really has gone out the window. How much alignment is there to the NDP? And I think you also highlight the importance of internal audit. How much of what you pick up would have already been picked up by internal auditors to make sure that there is that system exists and it is efficient? I'm really disturbed to hear about the misalignment of set targets in the APP, especially with the broad digital migration, considering that we have a new date for December. And if by last year this was something that was flagged by the AG, and sitting where we are sitting, there's no real sense of alignment in terms of the BDM. And this is some would just be questions and some would be comments, Chair. So that is just a comment. It's worrying to hear that across the department there's an issue with record keeping, when I think we live in a digital age, and being the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, for the AG to come and flag the issue of record keeping is really worrisome. And also, in terms of consequence management, how far can the AG go to enforce consequence management? And again, back to the BDM issue, is it a question of management or a question of lack of project management. And I'm sure you would understand the distinction because your recommendation is that there should be effective oversight by the department. Where is the gap? So that at least as we move forward, there will also be an appreciation of whether the next deadline would be met, considering the things that you picked up in the last audit year. I would have appreciated something on the measure of BBI and Centec, especially because you talk about the financial status of BBI. Is it something that you picked up? I did not see anything on Centec. Do you audit Centec? And on the material irregularities, again, I've already asked the questions of what are the level of things, how does internal audit, what level of pickup, I call it, of picking up matters that does internal audit have? When you talk about liability for loss in terms of the officials, how many? Are you able to give us a figure? And noting that you've recovered only 500,000, there has been a recovery, not yourself per se, a recovery of 500,000. And it's really disheartening to see that there is 0 cents in terms of financial loss recovery process. And also the last one, Chairperson, is to say, were there no material irregularities, English, material irregularities in the small entities? I did not see that. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. The last two hands, Honorable Mkhacha, followed by Honorable Mates.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, officials of department, and everybody in the meeting. Let me switch off my video, Chair. I might not finish the day. Chair, just in relation to the enforcement of the recommendation of the AG office. Is this issue of giving powers to AG's office yielding positive results to the departments? In your own assessment, are you getting positive results after you have enforced the regulations? Two, in relation to internal audits committees, do you have any relationship with these committees, either in entities or departments? Are there any strong relations? Why I'm raising these questions, because my expectation is that you also do empowerment programs or trainings for these particular committees so that they are able to discharge their own responsibilities. Are there relations, a direct relationship with these committees? The third one is in relation to treasury and material irregularities and condonations. There is a tendency of departments, and I'm not sure whether in these entities it happens, that once department says that they are unable to account, they apply for condonation to treasury. And once treasury approves, what then do you do in your audit process when a department has been condoned by treasury due to processes that are outlined within the PFMA? What do you do as audit? Do you reverse? Do you have the capacity to reverse such condonation if they are not in line with the prescripts of the law, or you, by virtue of being approved by treasury, then you simply accept such condonation? So my question is in relation to material irregularities and condonation by treasury. The third one is in relation to your recovery process. huge losses, financial losses to different entities, but minimal recoveries. How do you balance that? Huge losses, but minimal recoveries. How do you balance that? And I'm raising this in the context of these binding remedial actions that you're supposed to be undertaking as an office of the SG. The last one, Chair, is in relation to SABC getting a disclaimer. SABC is a very important institution, and we understand some challenges that are confronting this particular entity. But regressing to the extent of getting a disclaimer, what then follows? In terms of your own process, if that regress up to the last stage, which is the disclaimer, what then becomes your process now in terms of dealing with such entities, particularly SABC? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhaga. Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. I guess you'll want to see my pretty face.
Of course we do.
Good morning, colleagues, Chair, and to the Auditor General's office. I think I'm audible. Okay, Chair, just for noting is that I don't think that this was supposed to be the meeting where we decided to do a virtual meeting. I mean, it's very critical information, and it would have been better if we had this meeting as a physical meeting. Also, in terms of allocating time, given that this is for many members the first time, and it's our first year rather on this portfolio committee, and we're rushing through a lot of information that would actually help us to be able to be more effective members of Parliament on this committee. So I think if you can just be cognitive next time when we're allocating time, and maybe just for the first year or so, or at least the 6 months, so we can properly familiarize ourselves with both the entities and what's going on. Having said that, in the presentation, I thought I was going to see, and I might have missed it, which cases have been opened, if there have been criminal cases opened, which ones, or how many have been referred either to the Hawks or the SIU or whichever other entity for processing. I think that's very important for us to know. And I would also want to encourage the committee that we do our part in inviting, whether it's the NPA or the Hawks or the SIU or whichever entity that we need to come and give us a report on the status of those cases. As it seems that the Auditor General in their report themselves is saying that they end up, not getting much joy, or the cases are taking long. So it's our duties also to put pressure on and get the status on those cases. It can't be that we go year in and year out. It's like we almost just hear rubber stamping reports saying that we listen, we give our input, we sound as intelligent as we can and make it look like we are working extremely hard as members of Parliament. And essentially, things just continue happening. I mean, how did we get to, we have all these systems or institutions in place. We have the Auditor General, you have the Portfolio Committee to do all this, but we still have our SOEs, for example. Let's just take that Postnet and Postbank that ended up in the situation that it did. And was it supposed to end up there if we were all doing our jobs, not just doing a talk shop, but actually doing our work, that it would have ended up? So those are things that we need to reflect on in terms of how we do our work going forward as a committee. I also, but I think my colleague has asked that question in terms of how much funds has been recuperated. So we do know that the Auditor General now has, and there was amendments to the Act where they can actually recuperate funds. So has that happened? And how much funds has been recuperated? The issue of consequence management was also brought up. So we always, that's what I'm saying, is that it's always talk shop. But what has happened? How many heads of departments have been identified, or managers, or whatever it is that is responsible for what you have told us that we are not going to meet target. I think it was in slide 9. So we get the reports. This is not going to happen. We're not going to phase out the analog. It's going to digital. We've been held accountable. And what is being done about that? So that's part of what we need to be doing as members of parliament. We need to get names and follow up. It's really just a waste of time, us just continuously just getting reports and giving our input here, and nothing ever happens. What I'm finding very interesting here, Chair, is that KPMG is coming up again. So essentially, the AG is telling us that there was no need for us to engage already a very suspicious audit firm when they had already started doing the audit and were actually had to hand over the report. And then the report we even get from that KPMG is so substandard. So that was a waste of money. And I think that must be reflected both in our minutes and something that should come up in next, and how much money we spent on KPMG when it was something that the Auditor-General could have done on its own. The other input that I think I'm covered on was the criminal cases. There was something about the accounting authorities. I just wanted, I think it was on slide 16, which accounting authorities that are not cooperating. And I think that will also fall under the same category as the institutions that are not assisting either in prosecuting or recuperating money. If we can also be provided with that information, and maybe you don't have to give us all that information right now, but make a commitment to send us that information to a committee. And then as a committee, we must schedule times for these to appear before us and explain why there are such delays in us being able to implement consequence management. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mates. I had seen the hands of Honorable Subrathi and Honorable Ndlela. They have since gone down. So unless the hands go up very quickly, I will take it that they have been covered. Maybe Honorable Mates, maybe just to say that we are having a discussion as the committee on the need to perhaps apply for more time. I think you are very correct that we are not doing justice to the issues that we are supposed to cover, because in essence, we're limited to what, 3 hours per week, where we're supposed to engage with the department, its entities, and also issues as they come up, such as this engagement with the AGSA. So we will be looking for, I think, support from the committee that if we are to schedule maybe extra meetings or even request a standing extra day in the week, that we're able to do that. Otherwise, we're really just rubber stamping, as you are saying. Colleagues from the Auditor-General, I just want to add to what has been asked around the impact and consequence management. I think you understand those issues. I won't belabor them. But I'm sure these come up all the time. And my question specifically is, what are we going to do about this? Because we can't sit here, you present to us each time, and then we ask you, but what has been the impact? Yes, we hear that quantitatively this and this. And if you are able to reflect in your response, if not, it's okay. It's still our work to look into it, on how the budget review budget review and recommendation process can also help us to help you, ensure that those recommendations are met. And then finally, on the discretionary audits, I'm just keen to hear that besides BDM, has there been any requests for special projects? I'm thinking specifically around either the universal service obligations of the telcos in line with our spectrum allocation, or an audit that goes into the actual detail of these set-top boxes. Are they even there where they're supposed to be? So I'd be interested to just find out if there's any other special projects or discretionary audits you have undertaken. Thank you. Over to you, AGSA.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. The beauty of this is of coming with a whole team, Honorable Chair, is the fact that they will help me tag team some of the questions. I think our aim is to respond to all the questions. And if there is any instances, I don't know if it's going to be in instances where we might not have your immediate response. We usually commit to submit in writing, but I'm hopeful that the team that we have today will be able to deal with the questions. So I will take some questions, and then I will also ask my principal, Mr. Andres Sikheto, to also take some questions. I think I am going to ask him to deal with the questions on the MIs. I got there's a lot of theme that is coming through around the MI processes. So I'm gonna ask his permission to delegate upwards, and then ask him to then deal with the MI process holistically. Because then he can also bring some of the insights from what we're seeing even outside this portfolio that I think will then assist in responding to the questions to the members. And then in some of this question, I'll then direct to some of my team members, specifically from an example point of view. So I will start with a question on Rabucha around GCIS. That was the opening question. So the current setup that we have, and my team will keep me honest here, is the fact that when we then have GCIS and MDDA, they then report to, my understanding is they report the minister and the presidency. So there's always this question, even with the previous committee, to say, do we present GCIS and MDDA to this committee because part of comms, or does it then goes to the presidency one? So, so we always have that question. From our side, the outcomes are available. We can share with the committee if the committee wants to see them, but for this purpose, we had not included them. And mainly it's because we do know that our colleagues in the presidency portfolio actually also report on those outcomes. So we can submit those outcomes for GCIS. I wanted to explain why maybe the members are not seeing their outcomes in this presentation. It's because of that. There was a question that was asked around how do we influence the development of the indicators and targets based on some of the questions that we are raising. So usually the development of the targets is the responsibility of the accounting officer and also the accounting authority. What we do from our side is when they have put together an annual performance plan with the indicators and targets before they then submit it for approval. We do what we then call a proactive review. So before an APP is submitted for approval, the accounting officer or the accounting authority, they will then submit it to us. We then assist them in reviewing some of their indicators and targets, and mainly is to make sure the fact that we don't have similar findings that we have around minimum usefulness. We then assist them on, is it the way they are crafting it, would it really be able to reflect on them collating the information to report on the achievement. So that's the work that we do for the accounting. I see a thumbs up for the departments to assist them so that some of the findings we are presenting on the table, they don't repeat. However, it is still their responsibility to make sure that they implement the processes to ensure that they're able to collect and collate information that is then supporting the achievement. I think it was also talked to where we are saying there's limitation of scope. So in that plan, do check that Suret was presenting, we were highlighting to say after they've planned, they need to make sure that they develop and implement systems that are going to allow them to then achieve the targets that they've planned. But from our side, we assist them from that point of view. There was also a question around the clean audits. I think I will also link to the question around the reflection on BBS and Centec. So from our presentation, we did not elevate the outcomes from the entities that were clean because they are clean. They don't have findings on financial statements, AOP, or as well as that. BBI was then elevated because we were looking at it from a financial sustainability process. However, if there's any specific information the committee wants in some of these entities, we can share with the committee. But but currently they are clean, and therefore there is no detailed findings or analysis from that. And I do know the fact that I think Centec and BBI are both Section 43, so our other colleagues in the private sector assist us with the audit, but we do get feedback from them. So talking, when we talk about the question around a clean audit, if I understood the honorable member correctly, it's more about what next. And I think I want to take the member to the slide that I presented I'm just scrolling to that slide, which is on the strategy, which is slide 5, where I was presenting around what are the characteristics of an audit that is doing good. So what we are trying to do with the strategy, we are saying over and above the outcomes that we see from the audit process, for us to be able to see service delivery on the ground, there's other processes that we are also then looking at. So we then develop this, we call it the continuum. I know I didn't address it when I talked to it when I was presenting. We then develop this continuum where we then plot auditees based on the outcomes that they have. So if we look at the right, we were talking about the party, where it was highlighting the performance, accountability, institutional integrity, and transparency. Usually auditees that are clean, they then fall under the category we are doing the basics. However, the more that we are looking for entities that are clean is when we look at performance, the clean audit outcomes needs to then be accompanied also by them achieving their targets. What we see usually in the environment is we do get auditors that are clean, but when we look at their achievements of their targets, which is also linked a slide that we had, which is it's like 10. Sometimes when you look at the graphics in the top right, you find that an entity is clean, but when you look at the achievement of targets, they are struggling. So we are saying while they go right, the accounting part where they are able to account for the transactions, they are able to report the transaction accurately and correctly, they still need to make sure that they then achieve their target. That is the more that we then look at with the entities that are clean to say your performance needs to be right, your accountability needs to be right. If there's any instances where we need to hold people accountable, you need to do that. So that is the more, and when we engage, I think that's what we recommend with the committee, when they do engage with entities that they are clean, the focus then also needs to then move on performance. So how are you doing from a performance point of view? Are you achieving your mandate? I will then also look on there was a question around the alignment on the NDP. So for this cycle that we did not take it as far back as the NDP. So what we had gone as far back was the MTSF, and hence the slide that we then have on one of the slides we are then reflecting on the MTSF targets. And the message that we were really communicating on that slide was when Sorot was presenting, was saying, we can see these are the MTSF targets that were allocated to the DCDT. But when you then zoom sometimes into their individual APPs, you can't really link directly, even though you can see a theme coming through. And I think it's important that when the department presents, they then sort of demonstrate to the committee how they are linking back their individual targets that are sitting in the different entities, how those are linking back to the MTSF targets, because I would want to believe that if they then met the MTSF target, it should maybe assist us with going back to the NDP. But in this exercise that we did not do that recon back to the NDP. We tried to look at what is sitting on the MTSF and are those indicators being translated into the individual APPs of the different entities. I think I am going to, while I'm maybe checking with okay, there was a question around internal audits. We do have a relationship with all the internal audit functions. We share the work that they usually have a 3-year plan and also an annual plan. They do share with us their annual plan, what they're going to focus on, and we also share our focus areas. I think on all our in the entity, we haven't had any challenges with the internal audit. We have a very good relationship. Most of the time, some of the work that they do, we then use it to then assist us with our risk assessments that will then inform our approach when we do our audit. whether the reflection on what the issues we are raising were also raised by internal audit, I am maybe going to ask my teams to maybe give you a little bit of detail. And I think maybe especially on the entities that are struggling, like maybe your SAPO, your post bank, a reflection, Joyce, on when we look at the work the internal audit is doing, is it aligned to what we are finding out? And maybe also SABC can also reflect. I'm just looking at the ones that are maybe sitting in the red category, the disclaimer. Maybe then they can reflect on when you look at what we are raising, was internal audit raising it as well? I think that will then cover that. I think if I didn't miss anything, I think my teams will keep me honest, but I want to hand over to Joyce to maybe reflect on internal audit, and when she's done, she can then hand over to Andres to then have an overall reflection on the material irregularities, because there were a lot of questions that were linking to the material irregularities. Thank you, Joyce.
Thank you so much. So maybe just to take you back, I'll speak about Postbank specifically. So Postbank, for a brief period, they didn't have a stable internal audit function within the entity itself. So they depended on the post office internal audit, because initially they were one entity. So when the split took place, they never then formed their own internal audit. But eventually there was one that was put together, and from the work that was done and the reports that we issued, we did see a bit of alignment. I think the unfortunate part is that there's an issue of stability. So they've experienced a bit of instability in terms of retaining the relevant expertise within just Postbank as a whole. So which also affected also the internal audit, where they've seen a few resignations. But from an alignment point of view, we were coming along very well, aligned, and the key issues that we had raised, they were following up for us on our behalf, and they were also proactively doing some of the work in advance before we could come in. So they had also pointed out, some of the key areas that management had to focus on to be able to see some improvement in the internal controls. And then for SAPO, so with SAPO, there is, some alignment, but I wouldn't really necessarily say 100% alignment. I think there is a bit of improvement that can be done within the work that is done by the internal audit, and the focusing mostly on, the key issues that we are highlighting as areas that could see the overall entity improving its outcome. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'll hand over, or I'll join in as was instructed by Tabero. Chair, just to confirm if I'm also audible in terms of my delivery.
Yes, sir, we can hear you perfectly.
Thank you, perfect. Appreciate it, Chair. Okay, so Chair, I'll start off with some of the questions that you also raised, just to make sure that we don't miss them. You were very clear in terms of your inquiry, whether we've done any other special audits or special, investigations or projects insofar as it relates to either BDM or the set-top top boxes. So, Chair, no, we have not done a dedicated specific audit like we would have done as part of like a COVID or real-time audit, or a specific engagement as was requested or would have been requested or directed by management. The only request for any special engagement that we've received so far, actually two of them, Chair, just for the purpose of completeness of the record. Number one was when we initially raised the concerns around the Postbank and the fraud aspects and the fraud elements, because they're also directly impacted on our ability to then sign off on the financial statements, because they had a financial element. The previous minister, who's now the minister in the presidency, then reached out to the office of the AG to ask for a special engagement on the fraud instances or the alleged fraud instances at the Post Bank. We then did a special sort of focused, enhanced IT fraud, cyber security type audit in that particular year. It was, I think, two financial years ago. And that would have then informed the backbone for the work that was then undertaken and taken forward by management in terms of trying to then arrest and deal with the situation. The other special request that we've received recently was from the Department of DCDT, where the department requested the AG to sort of provide some view on the funds that were assigned to the SABC as part of the bailout. So the bailout funds were allocated. There was a term of about 4 or 5 years, and the institution then committed to implement certain conditions and comply with those conditions. And so the department was interested in also understanding what our view was around that. So that was a special request that we are currently processing with the department. This one also, Chair and members, just for the benefit of the members, obviously we also have to find out and still have conversations with each other, because part of the bailout conditions would have been that they would have been required to be quarterly reports that were submitted to both the department and then the National Treasury as well. So just to make sure that we also don't find ourselves duplicating, but also we would have issued certain pieces of insights as part of our management reports over the past couple of years, just to make sure that we clearly understand the request. We are working through that, but those are the only 2 requests that we have received in this portfolio specifically, Chair, but not on any other matter. And then, Chair, maybe allow me to also talk to the one issue that is related to the previous point I made with regard to KPMG. So, Chair, maybe what would be worthwhile to note for the benefit of the committee and for the purpose of the committee would be, whenever there is an internal forensic investigation, whether it is performed by the internal audit function in that institution or whether it's performed by an external service provider, because the PFMA is quite clear, the responsibility to conduct investigations, the responsibility is that of the accounting officer or the accounting authority, being your board or your director general. It's therefore important that those bodies then direct the efforts and the scope of the investigative body. So if you want to make sure that you're addressing a particular concern that's being raised, you need to really make sure that your scope agreement upfront is watertight in order to make sure that you then ultimately get the most benefit and value out of your forensic investigation. So in this particular instance, I think what Joyce was trying to put on the table was the fact that we had done a lot of work, but because we did a extensive special project as the Office of the AG, we tried to cover as much as possible of the points. And so the scope of the KPMG report was then also sort of overlapping with the work that we had done. And maybe one would have appreciated and understood that maybe you wanted to widen the net a bit and look at all the instances, look at the entire systems and the entire process, rather than those specific transactions which had already transpired and which were already known. Therefore, also enhancing the point I made earlier on around the scope determination being quite important in trying to make sure you get your absolute best value for money in that process. And then, Chair, let me get back to what I was tasked with in terms of also then providing some additional context and responses to the material irregularity process. So the honourable member is quite right. I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, Honourable Mgaga, who spoke about, and also Honourable Matthys, who really spoke about the recovery process and what it means from a material irregularity process. So the members are factually both right, in the sense that we were given the additional powers as was outlined in the presentation. The work that we presented, Chair, as part of the material irregularities section, that is actually the direct result of those extended powers. So ordinarily, we would have just told you about who's qualified, who's unqualified, who's disclaimed, and that would have been the work of the Office of the AG. But the section that dealt exactly with those material irregularities, the DPCI, those instances that Joyce dealt with, those are as a direct result of the work that we would have done based on the extended powers. So as part of the process, Chair, we picked up, as part of the audit process, we picked up those additional risks. We then did additional work in line with our powers. we then realize, for example, just by way of example, we are accountants, auditors by training, qualification, and trade. So if we then suspect maybe there is untoward behavior that requires further analysis or in-depth investigation by the relevant experts, we then refer those cases to the DPCI, the SIU, the public protector, for further investigation to assist us and complement the function so that they can really deal with the elements of whether there's collusion or identify the responsible syndicates or people who are involved, and then also then advise in terms of the follow-up action that's required to be taken. So once we hand it over, then it then becomes the responsibility of the complementary investigative agency to support us and then make sure that the consequence management processes are taken care of in supporting the accounting officer or the accounting authority. So those findings are as a direct result of that. In our space, those ones that Joy spoke to are the ones that we found. You would have seen, we spoke about the fraud, the issued master key, the 89 million, there is a material irregularity we've issued, but because it's so complex in its nature and how it was perpetrated, we then thought it best to then refer it to the DPCI, who are also then assisting us. The other case with regard to the issue of the master key as well, it was also so complex in terms of how it was perpetrated, and because of the lack of systems and processes, it became slightly difficult for us to also then say and pinpoint who the responsible officials are, who the responsible officials were that we had identified, and therefore we then referred that case equally so also to the DPCI to assist us in maybe getting a little bit better information in order to then fast track and facilitate the consequence management processes. And ultimately, Chair and members, Honorable Chair, is once the outcome of those processes are finalized, the outcomes will then direct the next course of action, whether it's opening cases and whether it's for the accounting officer then to institute a process or even those institutions to assist. Because, usually when we refer a case, let's say to the SIU, they will then do the work and then they will also determine the recovery processes in that respect. So then ours is really by the time we've identified there's something a little bit more untoward, but we've done the work, we've done the groundwork, we put in the effort from a groundwork point of view, we then hand it over to those investigative bodies to then assist us. I think in general, where we do have general fruitless and wasteful findings, again, it's the responsibility in terms of Section 38 and Section 51 of the PFMA, the responsibility of the Director General as well as the board or the accounting authority to conduct and perform those determination tests, to do those investigations and then determine who must be held responsible. We direct our correspondence to the accounting officer or the accounting authority because the PFMA talks about the Director General or the accounting authority as well as the board or the accounting officer or accounting authority. Then, Chair, I think also there was one question, maybe I'll take it quickly as well, from I think it was Honorable Mgaga around the NT and the condemnations as well. So you are quite right, Honorable Member, in the sense through you, Chairperson, that Treasury are the custodians of the laws and regulations, but there's also a proper constituted guide and framework that sets forth or outlines exactly what the accounting officers and the accounting authorities must comply with before they can even condone. They would have needed to do those investigations. They would have needed to do the determination test to see what is the total full extent of this irregularity that I've suffered, and then also who must be held liable. So they must conduct those investigations, determine what the processes are, and then they must also improve the systems of internal control to make sure that the institution does not remain exposed to those risks that actually resulted in the irregularity or the fruitless and wasteful to begin with. And so only once an institution has been able to comply with the steps in the framework do they then compile the submission, they go and apply for condonation with the relevant authority. These days, Treasury has also now delegated that function to the accounting authorities to be responsible and take ownership of it. So it's between the National Treasury, depending on what the instance is. Once the condonation is done, because it would have been subjected to a fair process, it is then assumed that the condonation is warranted, and we will not go back and question the authority of the National Treasury. Where we do disagree with the Treasury, we do have a bilateral with our institution, where maybe we will give them additional context of how they can improve a process, or where they will issue new guidance and they will come and engage us, and then we will see as Office of the AG how it impacts our audit process, and then we can enhance our audit process to make sure that we complement each other in terms of the process. But where they've condoned, because of the process, the process that precedes that, by the time it's condoned, usually it would have been subjected to a decent process, and then we don't find ourselves in a space where we then fight with the National Treasury. And consequence management should have been a very key integral part of that process between the accounting officer and the National Treasury in making that final determination and decision. Then I think from an MI point of view, generally, I would like to give the members assurance that since we've instituted our MI in the local government space, we've raised more than 360 MIs, even though unfortunately in that space, we estimate that 7.5 billion has been lost to the fiscus. In the local government space, you would have seen Zakani presenting the local government audit outcomes. We have recovered or in the process of recovering or prevented losses to the tune of 1 billion. So there's still a bit of a difference between 1 billion and 7.5 billion, but we're working with the accounting officers and accounting authorities to complement these functions to make sure that those recoveries are made at the end of the day. From a PFMA point of view, which is the space where we find ourselves, we've raised just a little bit over 260 material irregularities using this tool and instrument. Unfortunately, from a financial loss point of view, 14.5 billion in that space has been lost to the fiscus. But I think, if I'm also not mistaken, approximately 2.5 billion or 2 billion about was in the process of either being recovered or would have been prevented or has already then been recovered. So there are some green shoots that we are seeing insofar as it relates to the utilization of this tool, the instrument. We are seeing some of the accounting officers respond and implement the corrective actions when we raise the material irregularities. So they don't wait until we get to the certificate of debt. They're starting to go and, like I said, stop the contracts, hold the officials accountable. It is unfortunately quite a slow process, but we are starting to see some of those green shoots. The unfortunate part is I will conclude by saying we always advocate that prevention is better than cure. So you would rather like to have preventative controls implemented, make sure your systems and your processes are sound, so you don't have to wait until you get a material irregularity and then be spurred on to action only then, because then you are engaged as part of the formal process. But we do appreciate some of the efforts we have seen in some of the MIs we have raised as a general instrument and a tool by the Office of the AG. In your portfolio, unfortunately, because of the complex nature of the allegations and the fraud that was perpetrated, the alleged fraud, we had to then hand over these material irregularities to those with the suitably qualified expertise to assist us to make sure that indeed we don't miss anything as we also pursue the important conversation of consequence management. Chair, I will then step away from this one. Maybe, before I step away, please allow me the indulgence maybe to also touch on I think Honorable Mgaga also asked something about the ARC and the internal audit function. Whilst the colleagues have spoken about the internal audit function, the Audit and Risk Committee as a governance structure also plays an important role in supporting the accounting officers and the accounting authorities. So we do train them, we do have conversations with them, we also do have ongoing conversations. I think that the unfortunate part is, Chair, when you walk into a particular portfolio and the internal audit function and the audit committee members are not empowered in the sense that they feel it's their responsibility and duty to defend the management when the audit findings come, rather than independently and objectively look at the information, that's where they really lose their essence and their value that they could bring to the party as part of the accountability ecosystem, and making sure that they also support these institutions to be institutions of good performance, accountability, transparency, and also integrity. But in our space, in your portfolio, I think we've enjoyed a general decent relationship. I think it's just been some of the concerns Tabero highlighted with regard to capacity, the constraints, and then I think the effectiveness of not just reporting the things, but how do we then have the impact that we want to see in actually changing the environment. Honorable Matthijs, I'm concluding. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Matthijs spoke about the cases that how many cases have we opened. I think I hope I've also clarified that part, Honorable Matthijs, that we do not open the cases. We will ordinarily hand it over, but it's the responsibility of the accounting officer and the accounting authority to then open the cases. Unfortunately, being accountants, we can't put people in orange overalls, but we do and try and empower those with the power to do so, to have the information available so that they can act. Chair, you and yourself and Honorable Matthijs also raised something around what you need to be doing with regard to the recommendations. Exactly what you are doing now, Chair, and the questions you are asking. when management comes and they do quarterly performance reporting to you, ask them, how have they quality assured the information they are presenting to you? Has internal audit looked at this thing? Has audit committee provided a view? What were the quality assurance steps that this information has been subjected to? Please, Chair, I implore you, ask them to give you feedback on the recommendations like you mentioned on a quarterly basis. Let them give you feedback, those accounting officers, make sure that it's being quality assured, and get a sense from yourself as the portfolio committee, as this August and STEAM committee, get a sense for yourselves on whether tangibly the situation is moving when you compare what we would have raised with the recommendations and the commitments that they would have also made. I think you are spot on. You are asking the right questions, and by doing that, we should hopefully then also see an enhancement on the effectiveness of this oversight structure. Thank you, Chair. I'll stop there. Appreciate it, the indulgence.
Thank you very much, Andrisa, and let me thank the entire team from the Auditor-General. As indicated, this is definitely not the last of our interactions. We've unfortunately run out of time, so let me allow you, should you wish to stay, you're more than welcome to, but you are also excused. Honorable members, I'm looking at the time. It is now 5 minutes to 11. I want to make a proposal that we defer the report of the GCIS and the MDDA. The committee secretariat can assist us to identify another date and time this week or perhaps early next week, where we can then invite GCIS and the MDDA to come to present to us. I want us to use, with your permission, honorable members, I want us to use the remaining 2 hours to focus on the DCDT and its entities. I think we always shove them to the end of the meeting, and by the time we get there, you know, we're rushed and we're not able to engage with them properly. So can I check if that would be acceptable with the members? But maybe even before the members, DM Morolong, as head of delegation of the GCIS, would that be okay with you?
No. Good morning, Chairperson. I absolutely have no qualms with your proposals. It will be fine with me. And I will speak to the board chairperson of MDDA and the acting DG, who is represented by DDGs. But I absolutely think there will be no qualms with that proposal in that arrangement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DM. Honorable Mates.
Thank you, Chair. I support your recommendation that we just focus on the department for today.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mates. Honorable Bodlani.
Thanks, Chair. I think I also support, but I think it raises the issue that we have raised, and it was also raised this morning, about how the committee is programmed. It is not helping us to be efficient in our role as MPs and oversight. Even the 2 hours that we are going to be given to the department, I can tell you now, it's not going to be enough, especially considering that we will be receiving quarterly reports from the departments and the entities. There should really be a greater intervention. And just to appreciate the intervention that you made, that we started an hour early, but all the same, it's really not helping us at all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. Well noted. Honorable Subravi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me appreciate your intervention. I think it's very prudent, and I think we are going to learn from these experiences. And I think going forward as a committee, we will improve in terms of how we allocate time. So thank you. I think the dedicated 2 hours to the entities will not do total justice, but at least it will allow us to have some meaningful engagement. So I support your suggestion.
Thank you. Thank you very much, honorable members. I mean, what you're saying is something that we're trying to grapple with, I think, with the Secretariat. We are looking at various options because we're going to encounter this time and again. There's no way we can oversight 11 entities, 2 departments, another 2 entities, and the industry and ad hoc issues that are raised, with just 3 hours a week. So we'll be exploring those options in terms of what we can do, obviously being mindful of the fact that the members themselves are committed also in other committees, so we need to juggle. But let me thank you for your support for that suggestion. So Honorable Murulong, I'm not sure if the acting DG is here, the chairperson of the MDDA, and all colleagues from GCIS and MDDA. We thank you very much for having made the effort to attend today. Apologies that we've had to defer your session, but we will engage with you in the next few days on the alternative date and time within the next week, 2 weeks at most. So thank you very much. You may be excused, you may stay on if you wish. Honorable Deputy Minister Gungubele, I have not seen if you're on the platform. If you are, I would like to hand over to you, sir. If not, can I then ask the acting, oh yeah, you are here, DM. Honorable Madiba, over to you then to lead the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, honorable members. May I, with your permission, Honorable Chair, switch off the camera?
Thank you, Honorable DM. We have verified it is indeed you.
Maybe, thank you very much to the honorable members. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'll try to just, I'm here accompanied by DTG and the entire team, which is going to do detailed presentation and probably answer a lot of technical other questions. I'll come in if there are other probably political questions that one needs to deal with. In that regard, maybe we are here to present the Q3 and Q4, but also having a reflection of what is appearing to be a final expenditure of no less than 99%. Of course, both Q3 having 73% and Q4 86% expenditure. But we also want to draw the attention of the committee to the fact that the what we call annual estimates adjustment expenditure would have, that process would have led to the cutting of no less than 200 million, which affected different programs in particular way. For instance, it would have actually moved us from a figure of 3.5 to 3.3, and that having an impact on different economic classifications, but the DGN team will clarify that. We'll actually do that presentation in terms of both economic classifications and programs per economic classification. But I thought I wanted to say some few things about entities. For instance, that there has been some mixed performance of the amongst the entities. For instance, the lower performance would have been Postbank amongst others, although the latest report has actually taken them to a higher level, which is not necessarily reflected here. Some of the reasons for non-performance, for instance, by Postbank would have been the condition for variation notice, which has almost been achieved as we speak now, because the variation notice would have undermined their ability to do certain work. But we have actually completed the issue of variation notice. I had a meeting with the Reserve Bank in that regard. We are all in agreement that Postbank now is bank compliant. You do not expect these problems to ensue going to this financial year. A number of issues that would have undermined Postbank, as I've already said, the variation notice, which I'm saying is too advanced. And then, of course, what would have affected even their financial capacity would have been the 12 cents dividend from BRP process to deal with those other issues. But having said that, the issue of modernization of the IT, which has been done, by modernization of the IT, it actually meant they had to improve their systems. System, as I speak to you now, I think part of it was reported in the last portfolio committee, have actually enabled Postbank to produce a card that is certified by all financial institutions, including EMV. So those are positive news. That is one situation that would have undermined their performance in the outgone year. But all these elements that I'm speaking about, which are conditions which undermine their ability to perform, most of them have been turned around. But when we get that opportunity, we'll take the committee through. Of course, SAPO naturally have been taken to a business rescue process, would not perform in a number of areas in the expected manner because of the transition. But we've already, in the previous meeting with yourselves, shown how the areas of green shoots. And of course, you've asked us to come back with SAPO to articulate more broadly and more clearer the future of SAPO in that regard, because it might have happened in that previous presentation, it was done in snippets, but we're able to share with you a lot of positives. For instance, on the fact that the net value asset from 7.9 billion now to 840 million positive. We would have also shared with you the creditors would have been 8.7 billion, which when we are presenting to you, have got 440 million. So the number of other positives and the fact that they have been able to release no less than 422 vehicles to migrate mail between processing centers and having reduced the backlog internationally and so on. Those are some of the issues that one would say in the SAPO, and the fact that the losses have gone far less than they were projected. But for instance, from 1.95 billion to in the Q3 to from 1.59 as projected to 976 in the third quarter, which has translated into net because of the net asset value and the how the creditors reach an agreement of compromise with the rescue with the BRPs. And when you go to SABC would have reported a higher performance at Q3 57% and Q4 46%. But we're being worried about its failure to ensure that the projects meant to improve its revenue generation bear fruit, as well as the failure to attract new or maintain TV audience market shares, because that's where their revenue lies. That's the issue with regard to those two SAPO, Postbank and SABC. But if you talk of CETA, Centec, USASA, and BPI, they reported very encouraging performance in respect of their related set target. Each attained an average of at least 5% during two-quarter period under review, whilst BPI tops this group, achieving an average of 90% for the 2 quarters. The entity, of course, is underperforming in as far as financial stability is concerned, because it is supposed to be a self-sustaining entity in as far as revenue streams are concerned. Of course, there has been growing challenges regarding the programs and projects that CETA, Centec, USASA, and BPI roll out in the delivery of respective mandate. These challenges resulted in some delays in the rollout of government key priority projects, namely broadband rollout and BDM projects, which are led and driven by these entities. For instance, if you go to the broadband rollout, although in the outgone financial year, no less than 1 million houses, no less than 100,000 houses have been actually connected, which I think hardly 4 weeks ago, they would have reached 1 million. There are instances, for instance, where you come to ISPs ISPs, their inability to secure funding from financial institutions, an area where we are actually engaging in reviewing with regard to ensuring that, because these ISPs, before they can actually be paid by PFMA, they must have completed their projects. Now, in this regard, for them to get finances from a financial institution, it's difficult. It's a matter that we are actually looking at how do we resolve between ourselves and those financial institutions so that more small businesses get into play in as far as broadband rollout is concerned. And the challenges that are reported to be experienced in the contract and project management of subcontractors in this project are some of the key attributing factors. Also important to note, Chair, is Centec's performance and the delivery on key projects, which has been negatively affected by escalating debt and inability to settle by SABC. Remember, SABC owe that much. And additional Centec's profitability has continued to lack due to low revenues. For instance, if you look at their expenses, their expense side, their forex, because of the fluctuations, and the fact that they had to increase their provision for bad debt because of SABC, and the load shedding, which made them to actually incur expenses that were not anticipated in buying diesel. And again, when you go to the asset side, the issue of revenue that stagnated, and the diversified strategy because of the digital, dispensation that has actually ensued. One of the issues is that movement from analog to digital dispensation means that their clients are more efficient and provide lesser revenue to Centec than they would because of those efficiencies, something we cannot actually complain about. Of course, there was an issue of dual elimination, which finally DG and the team and Treasury have resolved, which could have been reflected as unfunded, but later got guaranteed what is due to them by USASA. So in other words, there is an accrual from the asset side in that regard. Having said all that, when it comes to ICASA, they have their challenges as far as, for instance, finalizing the process to assign broad spectrum and undertaking a research on the subscription television broadcasting market and development of regulation on call termination. All those issues are issues that we expect ICASA to do better on in this current financial year. Having said all that, Chair, General, I want to make the point that whilst the department has been actually encountering challenges, there are a number of green shoots. Some of them are in audit findings, some of them are also in performance, some of them are also in improvement of targets, be it in SABC, Centec, be it in what we call CETA and so on. But the detailed presentation will be here for members to interrogate, and then thereafter be able to respond. I'll ask DG to take the platform to lead a detailed presentation, if you so indulge, Chair.
Thank you very much, DM. I think maybe just before the DG starts, maybe for my benefit and some of the new members, can I get an indication, has it always been the case that the department presents on behalf of entities? I'm asking because at some point we would want to also hear their voice, except for when they answer questions. Is it an issue of time? I just want to know the historical evolution, if there was any evolution of that practice. The DG obviously can immediately take the platform, maybe as she responds, to also speak on the presentation of the department. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
I think the DG, as an old hand in the game, she is better placed to explain that. But my understanding is that it's more the issue of time than anything else. The entities are always ready to explain, to present, but the DG can explain it better. But another thing I forgot to do, which is very bad, is the fact that the minister is in the joint cabinet. That's why the minister is not here today. and it's a very critical point to make. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DM. Well noted. We also received the written apology from the Minister, so thank you very much. DG, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and a very good morning. It's still to the honorable members on the platform. Good morning, DM. So the DM from Presidency, I don't know if he's still on the platform. All protocol observed, and to our colleagues from the portfolio. Chair, the DM is correct that it is the prerogative of the chair and the portfolio committee to decide whether we take individual presentations or you would want the consolidated one. The consolidated one emerged out of the time pressure. However, you would then note, one, the entities are not able to speak for themselves, and two, some of the crucial information that is in the extended presentation can be omitted. So we would be guided by you on that. Just to quickly go through, I think the Deputy Minister has done a succinct job in as far as explaining our performance in terms of Q3 and Q4, and noting the presentation also by the AG, but to indicate that we have already concluded the 2023-2024 annual reports from the department. I know that the entities are also concluding. We're also having AGMs, so we'll stand ready to give an update and also to illustrate the improved performance in some aspects. The presentation was on the screen. I've now seen it has disappeared. Zayton, please. With your permission, Chair, I'd like to also switch off my camera to preserve the bandwidth. Thank you, Chair. I will be doing the presentation, thank you, assisted with the CFO, as well as the DVG administration. But let me invite the CFO of the department. We now have a full-time CFO as a department, being appointed at beginning of this year, and assisted us in terms of achieving our clean audit. I would like to hand over to her.
CFO.
Good morning. Good morning. This is Philo Mapolo speaking. I'm just trying to switch on the video.
I can see you.
Oh, okay. All right. Can I please, with the permission of the chairperson, just switch it off, and then I'll go to the presentation. Good morning. All protocol observed. I would like to present the status for Q3 for the department. I'm not seeing the presentation, Zayton.
The presentation is on the screen, Madam. Please proceed.
If you are not able to see it, CFO.
I'm unable to see the presentation. Sorry, DG. My apologies, Chairperson. I was able to see the
Rebulang from Finance to assist. It's just the financials. Later, let's move to the next slide. Thank you. So this is basically our financial expenditure. Honorable members, we had an allocation in terms of 301 for the compensation of employees. I think that's been our biggest challenge. I think when you then ask the question with regards to the overall expenditure sitting below the 100%, it has been with regards to the COE. We fortunately now have our organizational structure approved. So we are hoping then we're going to fill in the positions. However, under the goods and services, just to indicate that of the 1.3 billion received, 1.1 billion was allocated for the SA Connect project. Just also happy to indicate that within this period, we are now sitting with just over 1.1 million household covered through broadband. And of the 1.6 billion, in terms of the transfers, these are the transfers to our entities. The majority of that obviously went into SAPO for the universal service obligation. ICASA was also allocated 473, whilst USASA was given 146, and NEMISA was 98 million. I will also explain an additional transfer we made to NEMISA to drive the digital skills program, as well as 103 million to the FPB. And then a very small amount went to the SADC. Next slide, please. So this basically is an illustration in as far as the expenditure for the Q3. I just want to indicate that we have received substantive budget cuts. They've had adverse impact in as far as our project. We've had to try as best as possible to preserve the strategic programs that I think you heard from the presentation that was done by the AG SA with regards to the priority programs that we as a department have to drive under the NTSF. So we tried as best as possible to preserve the huge impact, especially under the infrastructure project, as well as program 6, which is information society. So we had to then look at the other budget cuts from the other functionaries. So we had to then do an adjustment, so you see that majority. Next slide, please. Majority of it went into the goods and services, and then we had to take a bit from the transfer and subsidies, and I think this had a big impact already from the entities who have received a real minimum transfers, especially I think for ICASA from a regulatory perspective. And then we had to cut down in terms of the capital assets as well. Next slide. This just basically takes you further in as far as then the budget cuts, but just to indicate that at the end of Q3, the overall expenditure was 73%, in line with then the projections, which are supposed to be 75. Next slide. And then at the end of next slide, please. At the end of Q4, next slide. We were then looking at, we had to do some environment just to make sure that we're able to balance our books. So we then had to look at the transfers within our portfolio. And this obviously led then to the 99% expenditure at the end of Q4. Next slide. That is then the cuts, as I indicated, that we were able to shift in terms of the environment, obviously from the project savings under the compensation of employees, and then under the goods and services as well, because we had to try and find both the 200 million, but also to make sure that we balance off with the critical programs. Next slide, please. I will, for the sake of time, I would like to move, if we can then move to the performance of the entities, performance of the department, both Q3 and Q4. With regards to, this is basically an overview, quarter to quarter. At the end, Q4, we're sitting at 85%. Next slide. And then we will be able to show you in as far as Q3, we were at 79%. And next slide, Q4, we were then at 85%, with then 15%, which basically is the 5 targets that were not achieved. I will quickly go through each of the targets, just highlighting major achievements. And as I indicated, the major achievements, looking at compliance issues, making sure that we submit the 30-day sign-off in terms of the payment of invoices, the e-submission system in order to make sure that we are digitally transformed as a department. We've rolled out an e-submission system. In as far as then the gender response annual target, the gender response annual target coordinated 60% increase in terms of the integrated action plan for the national gender response, and then the DDM project as well. We do not have provincial or local government, but we have to then make sure that we roll out programs and we coordinate those, including obviously the districts or the metros that have been allocated to our principals. And I indicated that we've made payments to that. With regards to the 3 country positions, we're able to advance our position at the UPU, as well as obviously our position at the WRC, and we're looking at the final acts of the WRC, as well as obviously participation at BRICS. Next slide. The BRICS ministerial meeting we hosted, and the outcomes of which we're able to include within the overall South African report, and we've also done a handover chapter to Russia. With regards to the implementation of key programs in terms of driving the digital economy, we've driven those programs with both in terms of our international partners and on the EC, the Electronic Communications Amendment Bill related to the Digital Development Fund. We were able to develop that in the draft is. This then looks at the dissolution of USASA and obviously the re-establishment or the prioritization of the USAF. And the proposal in this regard is that it will then become an attachment to the department. On the national data and cloud policy, that was successfully concluded and finalized. And I think, honorable members, you would also heard from industry as well as the wider sector that this was welcomed, and the department is now moving towards then the implementation of it. The cost of communication, which is also remaining another priority, we've done a review model, and then in terms of the service delivery, if we could just move them to the areas that I'd like to focus on. Next slide. This continues with regards to significant achievements that we've had, and I'd like to focus now with regards to the areas of underachievements. Next slide. There's 5 areas for us that I just want to indicate that over and above this, we've also come up now with a catch-up plan. So these matters are not necessarily discarded. So in terms of the participation of women, youth, and persons with disability, consolidating a sector-wide report in that we could not meet it within the deadline. So we'll continue with that work and engaging the sector. This was also delayed because we had to establish the ICT BBE Council that will assist us in terms of effectively executing this mandate. And now that the ICT BBE Council has been established, we're making sure that they will assist us in terms of incorporating the work. On the white paper and the bill in terms of the audio and visual, this is also very key in as far as ensuring that we obviously create a new industry, but we're also then able to look at the regulatory interventions in terms of online content as well as online safety. We are working with our entities, FPB, and the wider sector, I think the broadcasting sector, amongst others, to ensure that we conclude this work. With regards to the implementation of the Digital Economy Master Plan, we had to review this plan because it was finalized in 2020. And then, so now we had to incorporate obviously the new developments within the sector. We are working widely with the sector in this regard, and it was delayed. We're able then to finalize the implementation plan post then the reporting period. On the PC4IR Strategic Implementation Plan, this one has been one of the challenges because ours is not to just look in terms of our sector, but we have to look widely, looking at national, potential, the private sector, and basically incorporate the programs that are there and tracking the progress. This is enormous, and we didn't have the capacity in the department owing to the 18% staff vacancy. We've then we had able to get in someone to assist us with this work, and it is ongoing. With regards to partnership agreements with the industry to support the digital tech products and services, our challenges here was the conclusion of the MOUs, the MOU with Google, the MOU with IBM, as well as also working with Ultra. Next slide. I would like to hand over to the DDG just to conclude our presentation.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you, DG. For me to conclude the presentation, I must indicate that by the end of the 2023-24 financial year, we had 34 targets. It shouldn't be a confusion that in between quarter 3, let me say quarter 1, 2, and 3, the targets were not the same, because one target might have 3 or 4 quarter targets. Of the 34 annual performance targets, 28 were achieved, which is 82% overall, and 6 were not achieved, which is 18%. This is an audited information, and I think more detail will come when a GSA presents the annual report. And of the targets that were not achieved, we have developed catch-up plans so that we don't lose the work. Some of the targets were carried over where we didn't achieve them, so that they will also be implemented in the current financial year, Chairperson. And I think that is the end, Chairperson. Thank you very much. So below is just an explanation and detail of the information share, which is the same as what we have indicated in terms of the significant achievement and areas of underachievement share. We will pause here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to hand back to yourself and the DM as we then take the presentations from our entities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DG and team. I'm not sure how to proceed, and I think that the question that I had been raising insofar as individual presentations, but not necessarily to make a suggestion that we shouldn't consolidate now, especially given on time. I understand that the DCDT has prepared a consolidated entity report. Can I suggest that we take that consolidated report, and then as the committee, we will deliberate on whether the current model still works for us, or we want the entities to report individually. So that was really just for my understanding when we have those deliberations of the committee. So maybe let's take the consolidated report. It should take us to before 12, and then afterwards we'll then engage the entities. Thank you, DG. You may proceed.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chair. This is where you now see the weight of 11 entities. I am going to request once again Zayton to kindly project, and the entities are here, Chair. So I'm hoping that you also give them an opportunity at the end, if there are any high-level issues that you'd like to just highlight that we might have missed. Please, Zayton,
thank you.
Assist with the presentation. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to invite DDG Omega Shelembe to assist within where my voice ends, and then he will then take over. He's the DDG responsible for the oversight of these 11 entities. So we start with the broadband InfraCo, whose task is to ensure universal connectivity in the country, and also looking at the cross-border connections. So during Q3, performance was 85%, and at Q4, they did the successful execution at 95%. BBI has not achieved the targets pertaining to the financial sustainability as well as the resilient network. These are the core in terms of the financial sustainability, but notwithstanding that, Chair, just to indicate that I think, and as you heard from the AG's report, there has been much improvement in as far as the financial sustainability or financial viability of BBI from where it was previously. The BBI then, the plans is to refurbish and expand the network. They have not had the positive impact, and the process is obviously ongoing in terms of the network refurbishment. One of the biggest challenges we've been grappling with, honorable members, has been then to mediate for the ESCOM to reconnect BBI, because obviously they rely, and its establishment was at the back of the ESCOM as well as the Transnet network. We were able to make inroads, so that's why then we're able to resuscitate and do a catch-up plan. But as indicated, in as far as then the SA Connect projects, there's been some much success. Next slide, please. With regards to then let me invite the DDG, Shelembe, to assist with the financial performance in more detail.
Thank you very much, DG, and good morning to Honorable Chair and the honorable members. My name is Omeka Shelembe. I am the Deputy DG responsible for SOE oversight in the department. It is my branch then that puts together the consolidated report. I need to indicate, Chairperson, that it is quite a daunting task to consolidate about 300 slides of different presentations from entities and try to condense that into a meaningful, still reasonable information for the committee. So this presentation really takes about 45 minutes to an hour to run through it if I were to do it at a normal pace. But I gather, Chair, you're suggesting we try and finish it within the next 30 minutes or so. So insofar as the BBI's financial information, I'm not going to read every bullet here, but I will just highlight the issue that the revenue accumulated for the third quarter was 146 million against 248 for the fourth quarter. And BBI has posted a positive cash balance of 152 million against a target of 10 million. I think I need to indicate here that this cash balance is to some degree informed by the fact that BBI is one of the entities that is undertaking the flagship project of the department, SA Connect, and therefore the money is paid to BBI, who in turn pays the ISPs and other service providers. BBI has managed to pay the SMMEs within 23 days against a regulated target of 30 days. And it has shown an operating profit of 7.8 million against 7 million target. Gross margins have increased rather slightly by just 1% because the cost of sales only increased also by 1% year on year. So revenue has then increased by 2%, resulting in a gross margin of a 1% year on year increase. Operating expenses are higher year on year by 27%, due mainly to higher employee and security costs. Next slide, Zaytun. We move on to the Films and Publications Board, summary performance. Again, I'm not going to go into detail, Chair. I will take it the detailed presentations from the entities have been read. But FPB delivered 17 out of the 18 planned targets. For Q3, not achieving 1. Whilst in Q4, there were 20 targets, of which 17 were achieved and 3 not achieved. The rest of the stuff in the slide here relates to the targets which were not achieved and the reasons for not achieving those targets. For instance, then in Q3, there was 1 target not achieved, which related to the percentage implementation of the integrated stakeholder engagement plan. This does not mean that no work was done in this regard, as FPB had managed to issue 71% of the classification decisions against its target of 80%. So they missed the target by 9 percentage points. Similarly, with respect to quarter four, I'm not going to go into all the detail, but what we need to highlight maybe is the fact that FPB has missed its target of self-generated revenue, reaching only 11% against the planned target of 15%. I think I'll just need to remind the committee that FPB is one of the entities that is constrained financially in respect of implementing the amended legislation which expanded its mandate. And therefore, it strives now to generate more and more of its own revenues through licensing fees. And therefore, not meeting the target constrains its ability to execute its extended mandate. Next slide, please. On the financial performance side for FPB, they generated total revenue amounting to 117 million.
Mr. Collins.
Against the budgeted revenue of 133 million in quarter four. The variance at the end of quarter four is because of the under collection of
I don't know who we called it telco.
Mr. Ngobeni, please mute. You may continue, DDG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I was at the point where I was saying the variance between the budget and the actual revenue of FPB had to do with the under collection of 15.7 million due to lower than anticipated self-generated revenue sources. Otherwise, the FPB is funded mainly by government grants, which constitute 103 million rand, then with the nominal amount of interest, which is 3 million rand, and then the regulation fees of 10.5 million rand. On the expenditure side, the FPB by the end of quarter four's expenditure amounted to 129.9 million versus a budget of 130.8 million. And that resulted in some under expenditure of just over 750,000 rand. In the final analysis, the FPB reported a net deficit of 2.7 million by the end of quarter four. Next slide, Zaitu. Moving on to ICASA. ICASA had 32 targets for quarter three and managed to achieve 28 of those and not achieving 4. While in quarter four, there were 46 targets, of which 40 were achieved and 6 are not achieved. The lot of text that follows below in the slide really relates to the targets and not achieved, and the reasons why they were not achieved and what the entity or what ICASA is doing to correct or to mitigate against such a non-achievement. The first target not achieved in quarter three relates to the 97% which was achieved of IT systems efficiency against a target of 98%. The 1% discrepancy really is due to the closure of certain calls on their IT system despite timely resolution. So to address the issue, the authority now aims to conduct follow-ups to ensure that help desk calls are promptly closed after being addressed. The next item not achieved relates to achieving a desired clean audit, which was not achieved because the ICASA incurred irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the quarter under review, and also was unable to make payments of invoices within 30 days. They have identified measures to mitigate against these, which are captured in the slide here, Chairperson. The third area not achieved in quarter three relates to the process to assign broadband spectrum, which was meant to have completed 60% by the end of quarter three, but this was not achieved, not moving at all in this regard due to the pre-qualification stage not being completed as scheduled, as it needed to consider the implications of the legal opinion. The next, so to address this, ICASA plans to initiate the inquiry or assessment in the 2024-2025 financial year as a corrective measure. Also, there was no progress with respect to call termination developed due to the project experiencing time delays as a result of stakeholders' request for extensions. And again, as a mitigation here, the authority now plans to grant no further extensions after version 4 of the financial models, and the outstanding issues will be resolved during the stakeholder consultations to be held in quarter 4. Next slide, Zaitu. These are the same issues which were not achieved in quarter 4, one being the clean audit issue, which we have already spoken about. The second one relating to the procurement from companies owned by persons with disabilities. ICASA had a target to procure 1% from companies owned by persons with disabilities, but could not achieve that. And that is due to the current procurement criteria that emphasize the lowest price rather than targeting the designated groups. The other two targets not achieved relate to the South African Board of People Practices audits, which was meant to be completed, which was not completed. The target was 1 to be completed. ICASA was unable to complete the audit for the year due to the late submission of previous year's audit report by the South African Board of People Practices. So this delay impeded the timely implementation of critical recommendations. The other project or other target not achieved was the target of 80% progress against the assigning the broadband spectrum, which was supposed to have been completed by quarter 4, but it was not due to the service provider that was not appointed. And to address this, ICASA plans to initiate the inquiry and competition assessment in the year currently, the year 2024-2025. Next slide, Zaitu. This slide presents the financial information for ICASA. The highlight here is that ICASA collected a revenue, total revenue, amounting to 7.8 billion rand, which is 99% of the targeted revenue, which is the revenue from license fees for the 2023-2024 financial year as at the end of quarter 4. The significant portion of these revenues was collected really from the licensees or the Spectrum and Electronic Communication Network licensees. On the expenditure side, ICASA spent in quarter 4 521.2 million rand versus a budget of 810.9 million rand. And the reasons for underspending at Q4 really are due to bids not being finalized by the end of Q4. Management of ICASA considers the income received and matches it with expenditure incurred. And also the issue that the cost of living adjustments was effected in Q3. ICASA has had a moratorium on the filling of vacancies or off posts in order to manage the employee cost to overall budget ratio. Next slide. And that moves me to NEMISA, chairperson. I'm trying to gallop here. NEMISA achieved 76% of its target at the end of Q3 and 89% of the targets at the end of Q4. Below then are the targets where NEMISA overachieved, as well as targets where they did not achieve. Maybe to just highlight targets not achieved, one needs to highlight the fact that 22,410 learners were trained in digital literacy, and the target was 25,000. 1,246 SMMEs were trained in digital entrepreneurship, and the target was 4,000. And no learners were trained in ICT training programs when the target was 8,000. That was in Q3. Similarly, in Q4, there were targets not achieved relating to SMMEs as well as learners trained in cell phone repairs. Next slide, please. Moving on quickly to the financial information for NEMISA. NEMISA recorded revenues of 67.8 million, and for the two quarters, and this is comprised mostly of government transfers of 56.5 million rand, and then smaller amounts from sponsored projects to the tune of 10 million rand. They also utilized 12.5 million rand from the unused training funds from the previous financial years. We are saying now that they have spent the unused training funds from the previous financial years. Then all the training funding unspent in previous financial years was spent in Q4, which is now likely to impact on the numbers of people that can be trained going forward. Most of their expenditure is on SMMEs, 81%, and there was no irregular, fruitless, or wasteful expenditure for the last two quarters at NEMISA. Next slide, please. Moving on to Postbank, I think Postbank has been covered to a high degree by the DM's introductory remarks. Really, it has underperformed with respect to its targets, solely or mainly due to one, as the DM has indicated, the conditions of the variation notice, which essentially prevented the Postbank from issuing new bank cards, also from acquiring new customers, and even launching new products to the existing customers or attracting new clients, thus impacting on its ability to enhance its customer value proposition and customer experience. That constraint essentially then impacts across several targets of the APP, including revenue, gross margins, and so on. To improve performance, Postbank has made strides in complying with the Reserve Bank variation notice through the implementation of the IT modernization project, which has seen that the bank has invested in new compliant infrastructure stabilized its IT environment, and managed to improve services with no major further incidents. It has also migrated its core banking system and financial switch from the post office to the new Amazon Web Services environment. Next slide, please. This slide details the financial performance information relating to Postbank, moving from a recorded net loss of 1.3 billion as at the end of Q3. But this net loss really is informed by the SAPO expected credit loss, the 12 cents payments to the rand of the monies that they owed to Postbank. If one were to exclude that adjustment, the bank would have realized a profit before tax of 107 million rand. I'm not going to go through a whole lot of the detail here in terms of the financial information, except to indicate again that the cost to income ratio as at the end of the fourth quarter was 96%, which is above the annual target of 92%. This was informed largely by the cession of the SASSA Master Service Agreement contract that was taken over by Postbank from the post office. And this contract included expensive channels of delivery, such as the cash pay points, CPPs, and over-the-counter OTC payments to beneficiaries. Maybe I should also highlight here that with that compromise of the creditors from the business rescue process, that has reduced the capital adequacy ratio of the bank from now to 5.18% as at the end of March. And that is far below the required 29.5% required by the Reserve Bank due to the support debt impairment that I have mentioned. That then makes the case for some kind of recapitalization of the Postbank if it were to conclude the process of licensing by the Reserve Bank. Next slide, please. The SABC, at SABC, I think the DM has also covered the issues pertaining to the SABC here. But the SABC recorded 57.1% of the targets in Q3 and 45.8% in Q4. And then the rest of the slide presents the financial information for the SABC. But the main reasons for not fully meeting targets really relate to the failure to achieve on projects under the digital pillar, which are meant to improve its revenue, as well as the discontinuation of key targets related to the digital transformation pillar, or related to digital transformation, which are intended to enable the corporation's ability to effectively compete within the new digital environment. There are still challenges relating to advertising revenue, as well as the collection of TV licenses, which have not improved in the quarters in question. We say these pose the liquidity and going concern challenges to the corporation. Failure to attract new and or maintain TV audience market shares has also had a direct link with revenue generation, which has not grown or which has declined over a period of time. Next slide, please. This is the slide that shows the mitigations towards improving the situation and the attainment of the targets at the SABC. They relate to the long-term strategy which has been submitted and which has been developed by the SABC board and submitted for implementation in this current financial year. Also, there has been a revenue improvement plan which was approved for implementation in this current financial year. We're also saying the process to draft the SABC bill is underway, which provides for the development of public funding model framework for the SABC. That funding model framework essentially will take into account the fact that the SABC's public mandate is not funded, and that it is funded from commercial revenues of the SABC, which then constrain the entity in terms of its operations. Next slide, please. The post office, again, the story is known here that the post office is under business rescue. And when business rescue was approved by the court, or was granted by the court in July last year, that essentially affected then the targets that the post office had on its corporate plan and APP, thus showing then low achievement rates, which is 7% in Q3 and 13% in Q4 of the original KPIs in the 2023-24 financial year. As part of the business rescue plan, the business rescue practitioners have developed the business rescue plan, which was approved by the creditors on 7 December 2023. And the business rescue practitioners are now implementing that going forward. The rest of the information relates to the financial losses that have been incurred by the post office really as a result of its constrained revenue growth. I need to highlight that in the financial year last year, SA Post Office was granted 2.4 billion rand, which was part of supporting the business rescue plan. And it was indicated, even as we went to court, that there shall be another 3.8 billion rand injected into the operations of the post office in order to truly see the business rescue plan being successfully implemented. Let's move on to the next slide, please, slide 2. This is the financial performance information in detail again of the post office, showing underperforming revenues in both Q3 and in Q4. But in Q4, the fortunes somewhat turned around in the sense that as a result of the compromise of the creditors, the balance sheet was improved by 88% of the debt that was sitting in its books. As a result, then the post office shows now a profit of 6 billion rand for the year 2023-2024. But this is the money which is not cash in the books of the post office, but an accounting treatment to show the compromise of the creditors. Next slide, please. The mitigation actions for the post office, really, the business rescue process is implementing the business rescue plan, its focused strategy towards revenue growth and revenue diversification, and it's to improve the delivery standards and stock levels, but also to improve operational efficiencies, including tracking and payment systems. Next. Centec achieved 60% of its targets in Q3 and 70% in Q4. And targets not achieved relate to revenue growth and total revenue performance, which is measured against the EBITDA margin, which is the earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization, which missed the targets due to high operating expenses relating to provision for bad debt and slow revenue generation. I'm going to move quickly to just the challenges being faced by Centec here. One relates to the inability of the SABC to meet its payment obligations, which impacts on business sustainability. The second one is the overall profitability targets, which have continued to lag due to low revenues and high operating costs. And of course, the third one is the dual illumination funding, which had not been provided by the fiscals, but has since been provided, or at least approved by Treasury to be provided by USASA to Centec. Next slide, please. This slide talks about the interventions which Centec can talk in detail about the innovative initiatives that they have undertaken, including the broadband business, which has connected more sites, which should bolster continuing revenues into the future. And the last point really talks to that USASA expected transfer for dual illumination to Centec. Next slide. SETA showed an improvement in its performance from 58% in Q3 to 72% in Q4. And the details on the slide there relates to targets and not achieved, which are mainly the implementation of the Quarter Online Phase 1 rollout plan. The second one is the implementation of indigent household application and integration Phase 1 plan. And 3, the number of transversal panel contracts and framework agreements which were to be implemented, renewed, or refreshed. Financially, SETA is doing well, showing ultimately a gross profit margin. In Q4, SETA reported its cumulative revenue to be 6.6 billion, which is 30 million higher than the budgeted revenue of 6.615 billion. So the overall gross surplus for Q3 was reported at 478 million, whilst for Q4 was sitting at 2.23 billion rand. There are still challenges at SETA relating to service delivery complaints from client departments who are not satisfied by the level of service that they are receiving from SETA. And SETA can talk about the initiatives they are taking to improve service delivery to departments. There's an issue also of lack of skills in certain areas of the business, including particularly in supply chain management, where there are huge backlogs relating to the procurement for ICT goods and services for client departments. There are also leadership instability, with most roles filled with the acting personnel. Next slide, please. This slide talks about interventions implemented to close the gaps. Really talks about continuous corrective actions for unmet targets, which become the focal points during management committee and exco meetings to ensure that focused efforts on elevating the performance to acceptable levels. SETA is also conducting a comprehensive review of contributing factors, identifying areas for improvement and implementing targeted strategies. And this process involves performing root cause analysis, also revising the targets to ensure that they are realistic and achievable, and reallocating resources accordingly. Next slide, please. USASA chairperson, I'm not going to go into the detail here on the slide, except to indicate that it achieved 60% and 80% respectively for Q3 and Q4, and with targets not achieved in Q3 relating to the implementation of Q3 deliverables, a roadmap for response to National Strategic Plan on gender-based violence and femicide. Also, valid invoices and not paid within 30 days. The latter target of 30-day payment was the only target not achieved in Q4. I'm not going to go into the financial information of USASA chairperson, but to report that the entity reported a financial surplus of 6.4 million rand by the end of Q4. Next slide. USAF, which is an entity under USASA, it's essentially the Universal Service and Access Fund. It had 5 targets for both quarters and achieved 80% in both quarters. Again, the non-achieved targets relate to 10% of the migrated qualifying households, which were to be monitored and evaluated for BDM installations, and the 100% of invoices not paid within 30 days for Q3 and Q4 respectively. The financial information is there, Chair. I can highlight also that USAF had a surplus of 68.3 million rand by Q4. Next slide. We then report on the progress on priority projects by USASA, which are broadband connectivity and BDM project. USASA has concluded installation of 412 sites at OR Tambo and Pixley Gaseme districts. The implementation of the project started in February 2024. By the end of Q4, 38% of the sites had been activated and verified. And the full implementation of the project was planned to be concluded by end of April 2024. On BDM, USASA has fully assumed now the role of monitoring and evaluation of the BDM program, given that the implementation has been outsourced to Centec. At the end of Q4, USASA implemented a hybrid model for monitoring and evaluation in the form of 797 telephonic interviews with beneficiaries, while also doing physical household visits to 666 households. Next slide. BDM continued. This relates to the discrepancies that have been found through the monitoring and evaluation report, which are being attended to by Centec. Next slide. Last entity to present a chairperson is .ZEDNA, which is the domain name authority, .za Domain Name Authority. It achieved 14 out of the 16 targets in quarter 3, which is 88%, whilst in quarter 4, it achieved 96%, achieving 15 out of the 16 targets. The targets which were not achieved in both quarters relate to the digitization of the internal business processes and the .ZA awards ceremony. It is important to note that even though the target relating to digitization were not fully achieved, there were some activities that were undertaken. For instance, the drafting of the scope of work and the standard operating procedures. What was remaining was the appointment of the service providers, and these targets were not achieved in quarter 3 and were thus deferred to quarter 4. The rest of the bullets, they talk about the financial information, and ZEDNA being the smallest organization recorded a net surplus of 447,000 Rand by quarter 4. Next slide. A reflection on priority projects for ZEDNA. I think this is the final slide. ZEDNA had 7 registrar reseller trainings which were conducted in quarter 3 and quarter 4 in the provinces of KwaZulu-Natal, Northwest, and the Western Cape. It also formed collaborations with the department, DCDT, ICASA, TVET colleges, and MESA. And the training aims to empower women, SMMEs, young people, and people living with disabilities to take advantage of the business opportunities available for registrars and resellers of the .ZA domain names. With respect to the rollout of domain names in public schools, ZEDNA is digitizing schools through forming partnerships with government and ICT corporates. This project aims to give schools and their learners safe and secure digital identities. The domain name registration will ensure that more schools are registered under .ZA domain namespace and remain in use. 1,150 domain names were registered in quarter 3, increasing to 2,252 domain names in quarter 4. These registrations were rolled out in Gauteng, Northern Cape, Free State, Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga. I think that is the end of my presentation, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, DDG, for that very, very comprehensive presentation. And as I indicated, we are obviously looking at ways to cut this down. And I think a huge part of it is you also, I think, as the department, taking these presentations as read and just speaking to the highlights. But we thank you very much for that comprehensive presentation. Can I just check by a show of hands if there are any entities that would like to make additions? If you feel that you have been fully covered by the department, that is also okay. But if there are things that you think you would like to bring to the attention of the committee that may perhaps not have found expression in the consolidated presentation, I will take hands. I see Mr. Ngema of the Post Bank. Any other hands? Okay, Mr. Ngema, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Just a small addition, Chair, and I could, in relation to the APP underperformance, just to add some context that what we had is that we are on the last extension of the variation notice as we said. However, we had an APP that had not prioritized fully the variation notice as a target. If we had not focused and prioritized around the variation notice, the Post Bank in March 2025 would have lost its license to operate. So we had to alter the APP to focus on the areas most pertinent to the variation notice. We monitored those through the board, we reported on those, and as a consequence of that, we've made a sufficient progress in our view in dealing with the variation notice. Just to create that context for purposes of the committee, we'll answer other questions later on. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngema. I see Mr. Ramusi, Chairperson of ICASA.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members and GM. Good afternoon. Chair, I just wanted to put just one issue around our budget, because you might have seen that in the past year, there was an 800 million ring-fenced budget. I just wanted Chair and members to know that as part of improving our regulatory program, we had identified some systems that we wanted to procure, particularly around the issue of quality of service. And you might have heard of issues where calls normally terminate in South Africa from abroad. So as part of our improvement program, if members note that in our next financial year, should there be any escalation for new funds, it's mainly just to bring forth some of the systems that are required for the regulator so that we become more proactive in our approach. And one last issue, which is very important, Chair and honorable members, some of the missed targets, it was mainly a combination of a people issue in terms of skill set within our institution, processes, because some of the deliverables require a supply chain process. And the third one is more about our technology refresh program that we are still employing. So I just thought, let me just re-emphasize for the benefit of Chair and honorable members and the DM. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ramusi. I'm not seeing any other hands. I'm aware SABC would have stepped off the platform. They had given an apology earlier. Okay, with that then being the last comment from the side of government, can I ask the honorable members any issues that they want to raise for discussion, clarification? I see the hand of Honorable Bodlani, followed by Honorable Subrathi, followed by Honorable Sitole. In that order, please. Honorable Bodlani, you're recognized.
Hello, Chairperson. Chair, I think the reality is that how the report is presented to us does not give us the ability to do justice to it, but it is something that we have spoken to, and it's something that we can just take offline. But I thought just to reiterate, Chair, I think on the post bank, it is something that we have heard that the systems the technology that they are using is outdated, making them vulnerable. And also with the issue of the variation notice, can we be spoken to at length about that? Especially when we are hearing that the recapitalization process also impacts the licensing issue. And to say, is Postbank, with the presentation that was made, I'm left with with less understanding of whether Postbank is on its way to getting a banking license or not, or if it's going to need recapitalization to ensure that it meets those requirements. So I would appreciate that. SITA is talking about also revising their targets. Are they going to be revising down, and what does that mean for service delivery? And if they're talking about the human resources, what interventions are there? And it's a pity that the minister is not here. It would have been interesting to hear the latest in terms of the governance of SITA and the composition of the board, given the court ruling that we saw last week. So I'm not sure if the deputy minister is at liberty to speak to that. On the post office, Chairperson, we have the business practitioners and we also have the executive, which we have not seen in the past two meetings. I'm not sure about today. Who is running SAPO? With the greatest appreciation that they're under business rescue. The question relates to the cost of running SAPO. What money is being paid to the executive of SAPO in relation to what is being paid to the business practitioners? And I think what has come out strongly to the business practitioners who were not available to come to the portfolio meeting, but were available to go to the media, was that if SAPO is going to turn a corner, they need 3.8 billion. And and there's a greater appreciation as well that there was a promise, as Mr. Shelembe also emphasized today, that there was a promise that a 3.8 billion bailout would be provided. Where are we in terms of that? And he did not give clarity in terms of what is the position of clarity of the National Treasury sitting where we are sitting here today. FPB speaks about 2.7 net deficit and also about consulting fees. What does this mean for the regulator? If there is a cut in consulting fees, does that mean you are building in-house capacity? Does that mean you are building up your institutional knowledges? The last engagement we had with the CEO of ICASA, she reported to us that there was a strike looming. Can we also get an update on that? So because it's going to affect the next report that we are going to see. And they also speak about the spectrum sale. Where are we? I could not quite get whether it's going to happen in 2024, 2025, and what the effects of the envisioned strike would be on that. Because for me, it just goes to us being futuristic in terms of how we are engaging with the entities. The last one, Chairperson, is on NEMISA. I really cannot understand why NEMISA would have a shortfall on the training of digital literacy when it is their core mandate, when there is a great need to use technology as an economic stimulus in all sectors of society. The last time I also asked you, say, what sort of stakeholders are they engaging to ensure that they have an audience? And they literally need to step out of the door, and there would be hundreds and thousands of people who are willing to be trained. So where is the gap? Because if you are going to tell us you did not meet your mandate in two subsequent quarters, then it means that you are failing. Let me stop there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Subrati.
No, thank you, Chair. Let me recognize and appreciate the summarized report that has been provided by the DDG. It does give us some context, at least a bird's eye view, and it summarizes quite nicely. Chair, let me begin by picking up from where my colleague left, and that is with NEMISA. Particularly, I'm concerned about, we have 3 apex priorities, and one of it is growing the economy and jobs. And what I'm concerned about with NEMISA is NEMISA only managed to train 227 SMEs out of 2,000. That's just over 10%. But what's more concerning me, it only managed to, and this is on slide 9, train 26 learners in cell phone repairs versus a target of 9,800. So 26 learners, and that's, I checked again before raising this. I've read it as 26 learners have been trained in cell phone repairs versus a target of 9,800. Now that talks very, very strongly towards growing economy and creating jobs. So I'd like to get a really understandable explanation about the anomaly between what we've achieved against what we had targeted, especially in the space of those learners, because 9,800 learners could have been trained to do cell phone repairs, but they were not. And that directly affects our employment creation. ICASA chair has rendered an explanation concerning the non-achievement of targets, but I just want to, again emphasize that of the 8 targets not achieved, 7 out of the 8 shows 0% progress towards achieving targets. And I think we need to have a greater conversation around that. I'm also concerned with ICASA's inability to spend almost 300 million in the Q4. They spent 521 million against a budget of 810 million. And perhaps there needs to be a conversation around that. And lastly, Chair, is that I'm still looking for, and I've been nudging this, I'm still looking for some assurance, and I understand that SAPO needs a bailout of 3.8 billion, and efforts are being made to do that. So my question is, again, after the 3.8 billion is received and we are able to settle and pay off whatever debts, has the business been restructured so that from day one after that bailout, or within a reasonable period thereafter, that we will have a SAPO that is able to stand on its feet and not bleed as it has been bleeding? So that's my question. My question is not focused on the 3.8, but really it's the day after the 3.8. Are we going to continue to bleed, or are we satisfied that we've made sufficient changes to the business model so that within a reasonable period of time, say 6 months to a year, we will know that we will not be bleeding? I'll stop there, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Subrathi. Before I recognize Honorable Mates, just a few questions coming from Honorable Vilakazi, who's having connection problems. They wants to know the progress in addressing the issues raised by the AG, fruitless and wasteful expenditure at ICASA, why ICASA CAPEX is so low, and then operational expenditure at BBI that has increased due to employment costs and security. So what's your vacant rate? Classification of fees income less than 50% of the budget. And then I think his last issue is the one that Honorable Subrathi was raising around NEMISA. Honorable Mates, followed by Honorable Mkhacha, and then finally Honorable Stolle. Or did I recognize you first, Honorable Stolle? My apologies. Honorable Stolle, then Honorable Mates, and Honorable Mkhacha. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, first of all, we have to thank and appreciate the presentation, especially the one that was consolidated, because it gives us some idea, the bad and the good news on the Department of Communication. But Honorable Chairperson, I want to start by the invoicing. Remember when we ask the issue of invoice, they say they paid the invoice within 30 days. But when you check the USASA and the ICASA, they fail to pay the invoices in 30 days. Can they clarify that one and tell us why did they lie to us? Because they fail. And the other one, Honorable Chairperson, the issue of NEMISA. If you check the NEMISA, 227 SMMEs trained in digital entrepreneurship against the target of 2,000. Against the target of 2,000. 26 learners trained in cell phones repairs versus the target of 9,800. What does that tell us, Honorable Chairperson? Can they give us actually the consequence management, because we want to see what action did they take on that one? And the other one, Honorable Chairperson, which is worrying now, is the issue of underspending. The underspending by the FPB, which is the amount of 750,285,000. The 750,285,000 out of 100, because their target was 130,000, but they achieved only 130.8 million. Their target, and they achieved only 129.9 million on Q4. If that one can be clarified, because they have to give us that information. And the other one, Honorable Chairperson, I'm worried about that thing of BP1, which they have, which they achieve on the target that was not. No, their target was just only 26.3, but they only achieve 10.5 million instead of 26.3 million. It was the shortfall of 15.8 million. It means the FPB is not actually in the business of, because we are, all these figures that I'm talking about is the figure that's supposed to deliver to our communities, which we are here for. So now, if the money that are not being achieved, it means the target they're supposed to help the vulnerable people are not happening. So the last one, Honorable Chairperson, I'm worried about that issue of ICASA, because the ICASA was scheduling on SAP PB audit, but they didn't achieve what they're supposed to do. 521.2 million versus 810.9 million. And then they are failing the filling of posts. So can they give us and clarify why these failures are happening? Even the issue of women's and youth and disabled participation, there's no the target was not achieved. So I'm trying to check, can they give us actually what is happening in this department? And the last one, Honorable Chairperson, is the issue of Centec. Because there is that issue of SAPC, which are failing to pay their obligations. The impact that causes on business by that, how far with their resolutions on between the Centec and the SAPC. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sithole. Honorable Matthies.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to appreciate the Deputy Minister covering again for the Minister in presenting the report. So the report from the department in general, there was the report of the underspending, and it was related to the vacancies of critical positions. So I find it's troubling because we have such high unemployment. And for us to still get reports from departments that are failing to fill positions because of skills, etc., this is not our first rodeo. It's not our first time serving in these portfolios or in these entities, not portfolios, but within these departments. So it's consistent that we get these same reports. We aren't able to fill vacancies, and it can't be when we have such high unemployment. We have so many professionals, students that have graduated that are not, that are unemployed at the moment. So we can't buy that we are unable to fill positions and in critical positions as far as that is concerned. Then the issue of GBV, and also the issue of the participation of women, youth, and persons in the procurement process, which the department said that we have failed, or the entities or the department rather has failed to meet. Or it was either they failed to meet or they weren't able to, I think the one was they weren't able to measure whether it was successful or not. But when you plan, you already must know, okay, how are we going to measure if this program is successful or not? We have a dire crisis of GBV in this country. We are always blaming the police, we blame the National Prosecuting Agency, but here we are. We have departments that are allocated, or entities that are allocated money to perform specific tasks. We don't have a process on how we're going to measure. We just come here and we report that it's not done. And I can guarantee you, Chair, and fellow honorable members, if we go through these presentations that we've received from all these entities and from the department for the past 10 years, it's the same story. And then they all end with the same story. This is what we're going to do better next, in the next quarter or in the next financial year. And we give them a smack on their wrist and they return and they go back to business as usual. I'm going to raise some issues on specific entities that are really troubling, and it's actually shameful that we even have to listen to this at this level that we are on. So I'm going to start off with ICASA. ICASA is a disaster in motion right now. And my colleagues have also, I think pretty much everybody has made a reference to what's going on there. So we don't want just what are the corrective measures, because I'm sure it's a copy and paste from previous presentations that they've made. consequence management. People need to be held accountable. There are people who are responsible for implementing whatever the failures are, or whatever the decisions are, or whatever the responsibilities are. Who is going to be held accountable? We must have their names. Why was this not done? Not this is going to be the corrective measure. Their procurement, how do you get zero? You cannot procure or find procurement of companies with people with disabilities. Zero. We can't be happy with that. That fruitless and wasteful expenditure also, and the non-payment of invoices is something we cannot accept from ICASA on that level. Let's go to NIMSA. Is it NIMSA? Disgusting. Disgusting. We have such high unemployment in this country. Youth can't even get into university and other institutions of higher learning. You have a budget to do training and you just fail to just do training. 26, I think it was 26 people that were trained. And then you just want to come here and tell us that, oh, this is going to be the corrective measures and we must just be okay with that. And the next quarter, we are going to hear the same thing. I mean, do you understand what you are doing to this country? Do you understand what you are doing to the youth of this country that are suffering? They're even going to apply for a lousy 350 Rand grant. And you have a budget to do training and you can't even do those basic things. I think Postnet and Post Office we have covered extensively in previous meetings. But what I want to say about SAPO, and I think my colleague had asked questions to this, is that how much we have spent on this business rescue and over what period did this go on? And also importantly is how much assets of SAPO was sold under this business rescue, and what was sold, was it in line also with the market value? I think it's USASA also, and this was how they failed to meet the GBV target, which I think is what the department was alluding to in their presentation. So they have a surplus and then they fail to meet a whole GBV target as well. And that's extremely concerning. CETA. It's the same thing. We want to know what is going to happen with their failures, not what is just going to be the corrective measure. So this thing of just saying, okay, we're going to fix it and there's no consequences has to come to an end. It's just not right. And then I want to go back, if the department can also give us a list of cases, because, excuse me, the Auditor-General indicated, and I guess they also misunderstood my question. I wasn't saying necessarily how many cases did they open, but how many cases have been referred to another entity, either for further investigation or maybe criminal charges have started. So how many have, and how long ago has that happened? And, you know, where are we in regards to that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mates. Honorable Mkhaga, you will be the last speaker.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I'll ask general questions. Was it's worrying that almost all entities could not meet targets. And it's a worrying factor because it's the same entities that set targets. And those targets are approved by departments. Now they are struggling to meet the targets. And the general question for me, why this state of affair? There are boards that get paid or get allowances, and the executives that are managing these entities. Maybe to the ministry, do you get time, do you find time to evaluate the performance of these management structures, starting with your board, the executive? Do you find time to assess their performance? Because it's their responsibility to ensure that targets are met when budget is allocated and plans are submitted with targets. Those targets must be met because they are institutions or layers of government that are responsible for such. I just want to do that's my interest. Two, the FPP with a low revenue. And I was asking myself whether this entity is relevant. It's a small entity with a low revenue. Is this entity competent or is a candidate for rationalization? How do you deal with this, with this? The smallest entity that cannot meet its requirements, but at the same time is required to provide services to our people. What interventions as a department now are you making? Because this entity seems to be dependent solely on grants, which is a government support. ICASA is a regulator, and it's worrying, Chair, because the regulator should lead with examples, should be exemplary to its entities. And it seems to be struggling even to meet targets, to get clean audits. What then was now is directed to the HOD or the ministry. Upon receiving these reports from this structure, which is a regulator, the big structure for me, what intervention from your offices now that must cause this regulator to perform and meet these targets? Because our measure as an oversight body is whether the structure is able to get clean audits. And if not, then there's a wastage somewhere. Have you dig deeper in terms of ensuring that the ICASA is performing and is exemplary in terms of its operation? SABC is a worrying factor because this is a public broadcaster. Quarter 3, 57%, quarter 4, 45%, regressing. With a disclaimer. Now, it's a worrying factor because I heard you say that SABC has excused itself. I think we must dig deeper on this question of SABC as to whether really performance here is informed by what is raised here, but it's full of excuses, or there's something that we are not told that causes SABC to be at this level. It can't be that you progress and you go backward and claim to be having a vision for the future. My worry is around the question of the content, and maybe department working closer with the SABC must scrutinize and evaluate the content of SABC, whether SABC is attractive enough or relevant enough to the basic needs of our people. I understand this question of not paying licenses, etc., but the issue here is that SABC is not attractive enough to the broader society, and as such, they opt for other services from other institutions, whether private. And that competition for me is the competition that is unnecessary, because SABC is the body that has been given a mandate to run its responsibility in this country. Yeah, SAPO's revenue is very low. Strip 7%, 13%, low revenue. Informed, of course, by this intervention of a PRD. I know that they will got a decision to invite the PRD to come and report adequately to the committee itself. And I think that I just want to reiterate that. How do you evaluate SAPO's performance outside the PRD? How do you evaluate SAPO's performance? That percentage is ridiculous. 7%, 13% on an institution that has been assigned with a responsibility. We understand all the challenges and problems, but it seems as if to rescue this body would take some time. And SAPO is critical in our society. We're given a promising report and at one stage, but I don't see anything that is promising when I'm looking at the percentages as reflected here. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkhaga. Colleagues, I think you've heard the questions from the members. Maybe just to add one or two, saying that understanding that next week we are programmed to get a briefing from the State Information Technology Agency, the SITA, on its turnaround performance plan. So maybe a lot of the issues around SITA will also be covered then. My few questions, the first one arises from the program also of next week, which is around determining salaries, allowance, and benefits payable to members of ICASA. Now, the DCDT in its report speaks to the performance management system of ICASA having been completed. Can I get a clear answer whether those performance contracts, I'm not sure what they're called, performance agreements, they have been concluded with ICASA, they have been signed? Because in the absence of this, it's also making our life difficult for next week. I'm also interested, again, arising from the significant achievements recorded by the department and reported here. You speak about a model of implementation, okay, a model to evaluate implementation plans of SA Connect. What does that mean? So have you gone out and said you are not only looking at whether something is reported to have been connected, but that it is actually being connected, it is actually being utilized? You have a sense of the stability and what is happening there, because I think we're going beyond, connection, but to also impact and effectiveness. So we are interested in that. You also made there a reference to the ECA, that you have developed the ECA. I'm not sure whether it's an amendment to the law, but if we could get clarity on that. And then I just want to align myself on two issues. The first one around the leadership stability at SITA, what is happening there? And I suppose also the SITA BBI integration and the de-establishment of BBI. My final question, which I think I had asked in the presentation even before to the Auditor-General. Set-top boxes or decoders. Member Botlani mentions the fact that we've been told that the analog switch-off date is the 30th of December. Have you done a proper audit, whether it's of the boxes that we have, but also most importantly, the households that are needy? This figure has been standing, I think, at around 4 million for the longest time. What is the real situation on the ground? And I think I keep using the word audit because I think we need to get a better sense of what is happening there. The time now is 12:43. I'm going to hand over to Deputy Minister Gungubele. The latest we can absolutely push honorable members and colleagues is 1:15 because of engagements members have afterwards, including plenary. So please, can I ask that you keep your responses succinct? And then also to say to the honorable members, we'll be making a request maybe for a non-statutory meeting where I think as a committee, we need to discuss really the programming of the work of this committee. I think the issues have been lamented enough and we need to just find a common solution. DM, when you come in, please be cognizant of the very real frustration that is being expressed by the members of this committee. I think one thing that's coming up all the time is things are not being met. What is being done to resolve them? Are you able to show us a trend that even as members sit here and they raise certain things, they're being responded to, which makes this entire exercise worthwhile? And that is not to say that we don't note some of the significant strides and achievements that have been recorded in some of the entities. DM, over to you, Honorable Gungubele.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you, honorable members, for your questions. Maybe DG and the team should be allowed first to deal with all the technical questions. And then maybe at the end, looking at the time, Chair, that you've spoken about, that by 2:15 must be done. DG, can you manage the responses, take into account what the Chair has spoken about in terms of time?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, to the honorable members. I'll then ask post office to quickly respond. Each entity, I think if we could then keep your remarks to 2 minutes and I'll be timing. Post office followed by post bank.
Good day, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. Thank you for affording us the opportunity to respond. I firstly would like to extend our apologies, and that's the apologies from the Joint Business Rescue Practitioners, Mr. Juanito Dalmans and myself. Mr. Dalmans is on the call as well as representatives. We do apologize for not attending the last session. It was not intentional. We've always taken these sessions very seriously from the time we were appointed in July of last year, where if we could not make it, we sent representatives. And I do want to confirm that our representatives were there at the last meeting, and we will obviously endeavor to attend as many of the sessions as we can or send our representatives. Thank you. I would like to just run through and respond to some of the questions that we raised. I think the first one was, who is running SAPO? So effectively, the SA Post Office was placed into business rescue, as we're all aware. And our powers are derived from Chapter 6 of the Companies Act, which effectively empowers or puts the powers of the accounting authority and the board, as well as management, into the hands of the Joint Business Rescue Practitioners. So that's very specifically stated in the Companies Act, and it's the BRPs who are effectively now in charge of the entity. So there is no board of directors. There was none when we had arrived. And even if they were, their powers, as I mentioned, would be stripped in terms of the Companies Act and appointed and vested with the BRPs. When we did arrive, there was also a CEO and a CFO. The CEO then...
Anush, 40 seconds left.
Mr. Ruplal, you're muted.
Apologies, Chair, someone muted me there. I did not mute. So just in terms of the costs of executives, like I was saying, there's only one executive. The CEO resigned. We have a CFO. There's only one executive. In terms of how the BRPs are billing, that's again in terms of the tariff that's stipulated in the Companies Act, and that's a tariff, that's an hourly rate that's actually now 10 years old and hasn't been updated. How much of assets has been sold? We have not sold any assets as yet because we need the permission of the department and the minister. We have yet to receive that, so no assets have been sold. And in terms of the strategy that we've implemented, this is set out clearly in our business rescue plan, and it focuses on three strategic drivers. That's to stabilize the business, survive, and future-proof. The two tranches of funding was always implicit, or so explicitly stated rather, in the application to the High Court, as well as in our business rescue plan. The first tranche of 2.4 billion was given to us with conditions. For example, one of the conditions for SAPO receiving the money was that it be placed into business rescue. Another was that we have implement consequence management. And we've implemented over 250 disciplinary cases as an example. So that is the strategy that's driving the business rescue. In terms of the performance, as we highlighted, the business rescue had taken preference, and we obviously are implementing the strategy to rescue the post office. We see the imperatives around improving revenues, enhancing revenues, diversifying revenues, and the turnaround is going to take it's really a 2 to 3 year turnaround, effectively. So I think I'm limited on time. I wish I had more, but I understand that there is a session. We are committed to attending the next session, and I will, update the committee further with more details. Thank you, DG.
Sorry, DG, sorry, Chair. Can we agree that in terms of the strict time that those who do not finish are able to actually submit the written answers, Chair? Will that be okay with you?
It would be okay if we got those written responses, DM. We have given that indulgence over the last 2 meetings, and to the best of my knowledge,
It has not happened.
Yes. We will give it one more try. Please,
thank
I
you.
think they've noted the questions. We must get written responses. Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for alerting me about that. Thanks. Okay, DG, you can proceed your leadership. Thank you.
It's the Post Bank. And
Thank you.
that our apologies. Mindful that CETA is also appearing next week, so we will also make sure that they also submit written responses. But CETA and Post Bank, SAPO will be given more adequate time. Over to you, Post Bank.
Thank you, DG, and morning to members of the committee. Afternoon, Chair. Please allow me to also not switch on my camera. It's Nikki Mbengashe, the CEO of Post Bank, just for my network. And also afternoon to the Honorable DM and the DG and colleagues on the line. I'll be very quick. I think there was only one question for Post Bank. It was around technology and whether we still need investment and how far has it moved. I think according to our strategy, our first phase is to stabilize. I think we've done well in doing that in terms of creating what we call the beginning of a new bank, and simply that was also aligned to solving the issues of the variation notice, which were mostly technology. So we have upgraded in terms of that, in particular in our ability to ensure that we issue a compliant card. I think those systems, in terms of doing that, we've done well. But indeed, we do need capital investment into creating a bank, a proper bank. We don't have, for instance, apps. We don't have a proper website. We don't have proper call centers. We don't have just everything else, investment capabilities, everything that, in fact, even your normal systems to run the back and middle office of the bank in the background, not even customer facing. So that definitely needs a capital ingestion into the bank in order for us to do that. And that was in line with what we had applied for to Treasury as well. Thank you, Chair. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I have Nemisa, please, followed by Casa?
Thank you, DG, and greetings to the chairperson, the members, as well as the DM. I'll just go straight to the questions. Let me switch on my camera. The first question really was from Honorable Badlani around digital literacy training that could not be met. We had a shortfall of 2,590 learners in Q3, and that was due to some training that got cancelled. That was planned and was cancelled and had to be deferred to Q4, which we were able to recover in Q4. And the other question had to do with what kind of stakeholders we engage with. It's a variety of stakeholders, starting with DBE. We were training teacher assistants last year as well in DBE, and some of the school children, teachers. We work with TVET colleges, we work with core labs at universities, as well as community education and training colleges. And there was also a question from Honorable, I think it's Honorable Sprati, about the SMMEs that were only trained, only 226 that were trained in that quarter, and another very low number in Q4. The reason is that we had already achieved the annual target by Q2. So we had already trained and had exhausted the budget by then, and we were just training a few over the quarters, knowing that we had already met the annual target. And on the one on cell phone repairs, Chair, which was asked by Honorable Subrati as well as Honorable Sitole and Honorable Matisse, the reason for that was that initially our target was 250 for the year. However, after the minister's performance agreement was released, NEMISA revised its APP, trying to align with the minister's performance agreement. And we had engaged the UIF and other entities to help us with funding to train towards the 30,000 learners for that year in cell phone repairs and other technician courses. However, the funding did not come through as expected. So it was a funding issue that really constrained us. And we only received some funding towards the end of the financial year, which was in March. And we are now taking up the training in this financial year, Chair. Thank you.
DG, the next entity.
Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members, DM leadership from respective entities and colleagues. DM, my name is Tiamo Maluleka Disimelo. I'm the CEO. Apologies, I'm not switching on my camera. Let me touch on the critical questions, Honorable Chair, mindful of the time, and we will give you the written responses we've noted, saying. Chair, I'm going to start off with a relatively simple but difficult question around the strike that's looming. Chair, I'm pleased to inform the committee that the union has reached out, although we are at the door of CCMA, but we are back at the negotiation table. So it's looking good. Chair, I'll leave it at that if you don't mind, but we are happy to give you progress. Chair, I think it's important that I talk about the missed targets and give you a bit of context and allay your concerns that you're having. Let me start with the process of auctioning and why you're seeing a zero there, Chair. So the zero that you see is not necessarily a zero, but you would appreciate that when we plan, it's either a 1 or a 0. So what had transpired is that we did all the work that we were supposed to do. When we were supposed to move to an advanced stage, Chair, we got a legal opinion that cautioned against us proceeding with the process. You would appreciate that we operate in a very litigious environment, and as a result, we had to stop. What are we doing post us halting the process? We since went back, Chair, and we are addressing the legal issues that were raised by senior counsel and all, but we also are doing groundwork to make sure that in the year 2026, Chair, we are able to therefore auction accordingly. So I'll leave it at that, and I'm going to run through to the other ones. Let's talk now about call termination, Chair, why we missed that target. You would also appreciate that there was a matter that was before the courts in relation to this project. And as a result, again, our process was delayed and we had to go back to the drawing board and to the negotiation table to get off this matter from the court roll, Chair. What we also have realized was that there were numerous requests for extensions as a result of the litigious nature of this process. We've made headway, Chair. We've published draft regulations. We've also been able to have the public hearings, and we will be achieving this target accordingly in the current year. Let's talk about the budget now, Chair. We spoke about 800 million and why we're not spending 300 million. Chair, you need to be reminded as the committee that Treasury gave us some 300 odd million. That money was ring-fenced for the auction. Because we did not do certain things and appoint a service provider after being cautioned, Chair, by the legal guys, we cannot use that money. That money is ring-fenced. It cannot be used for anything else. And until such a time that we get to a point where we address the legal challenges, Chair, that money is sitting there. So I've tried just to explain why there's a big chunk of money that we're not using. It is for the auction, Chairperson. Let me see what else that I can touch on quickly, Chair. I know that I don't have much time. Let me talk about 30 days and the clean audit. Chair, thank you for the very constructive and stern comments that we got from the committee. We do appreciate them. And I need to assure you again that on this part, if you were to read our report for the annual report, you would see that, Chair, there's been some improvement. However, I do note that we still need to automate our process to make sure that we reduce reliance on the manual processes that we're having. It is an issue that requires money to solve, Chair, but I'm not just throwing my hands on the air. I'm just saying that we are looking into it
Chairperson of ICASA spoke about people, spoke about skills, spoke about capacity. We are also doing that to address the issue. Chair, let me leave it here. I'm mindful of the time. Thank you so much. Apologies, DG, I may have gone over time.
Thank you, CE. I think ICASA is appearing next week as well, but we will also commit to submit the documents. The next on my list, FPB, followed by USASA.
Acting CEO should come through.
Afternoon, Chair, committee members, DM, and the colleagues from the entities. So from the FPB, the main reason for the underspending in Q4, it was due to the delays in the SEM process, and that would have affected also performance, because in that quarter we would have started with the process of procuring some IT system. However, that has since been implemented this quarter. So that is what caused the delays, and also it affected performance, Chair. Then another issue which we are grappling with as the FPB, which is affecting our performance, is around the self-generated revenue. And we would have projected about 5 distributors, and most of them are based abroad, and they were included in our projections based on the requirement that they have to comply with and register with us. But they are reluctant to comply. So this is a compliance matter. And most of the reasons that they are putting forward is that whilst they are providing content in SA, mostly of VODs, but their company is not based in SA. So this is some of the legal matters that we are grappling with, but we are working in terms of our enforcement process to ensure that we follow the litigation process in that. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. USASA. Please unmute, CE.
Okay, good afternoon. I'll try to be quick. The first question I'll respond with the one that came from the chair. It was on the set-top boxes that were the number that is not reducing. We started from 860 DTT, largely DTT decoders, and now we're sitting at 160, and that has been reduced because we've done an overhaul audit process where we went and did a full stock count, and we identified all the stock, and we've reduced, and with the help of Centex, we're able to now, we only have 160 set-top boxes remaining. So we have covered there, and we've done the audit, and we have an annual audit to that effect. The second one was around the issues of GBV, the target that we did not reach. As far as USASA is concerned, we put GBV first, and it's one of the key priorities for the agency. Hence, we have adopted Pixley Aseme as a site, and we've fully supported and enabled them, and we have a lot of other GBV related support system that we've put in place. On this one, we just didn't achieve the issue of the document itself because it had to go through a very rigorous process of consultation, and with new developments, we had to align with the framework that guides the issue of GBV. Around the issues of the invoices, certifying 100% payment of the invoices. The only reason that delayed there was just documentary issues where the service provider needed to provide us with all the necessary document, and supply chain could not complete the payment until all those things were. So I would say they were more administrative in nature, however, equally important. So we've come up with a strategy to say, maybe let's not declare them as we don't certify them until all the documentation is there, because the problem then we certified all of them before all documentation is there. So they fall under the register of the invoices that were due to be paid when we had documents that we still needed to work on that. So that was that affected us. I don't know if I'm missing anything as far as that is concerned, Chair. But I think I have addressed most of the questions. Yeah, I think I've addressed all of them, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, that's the acting CEO at USASA, Mr. Luyanda Ndlovu. I'll hand over to SABC, followed by Centec.
Good afternoon, Chair of the committee, honorable members, the Deputy Minister, and others on the platform. On behalf of my CEO and COO, my name is Yolanda van Biljon. I haven't yet met you. I'm the Chief Financial Officer. I'll briefly deal with mainly two questions that was asked of us. One related to the status of the Centec payments. Just to confirm, as of the 1st of April, we are paying as per the new master transmission agreement that was signed for this current financial year. There's also a bigger conversation ongoing around the overdue debt between ourselves and the entity. And of course, with the facilitation of the ministry, there is also a mediation process in general currently in process related to tariffs. Then Honorable Mirara asked and commented about a reduction in our performance quarter on quarter. So in Q4, specific targets on our digital pillar in particular could not live up to the expectations. It's a derivative of the projects that are in implementation stage and some challenges that were experienced in the course of that. And then with respect to content, yes, we do try and put attractive content on air, and I think it's evidenced in the fact that there's about 6 or 7 of our programs that consistently remain in the top 20 programs in the country. Our audience share has also been pretty stable in the past year or two. The but is that we are struggling to grow it. And there, the main reason is the competition that we face and the variety that are available to audiences. And to a lesser extent, certainly our ongoing liquidity challenges, as well as our procurement processes. But we continue to try and work with the shareholders and come up with innovative solutions, both to our liquidity challenges as well as our processes of procurement. Thank you very much, DG. I'll hand back to you.
Thank you very much. Centec, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DG. Chairperson, I rise under already established protocol. There is a question from Honorable Sithole around the impact of the SABC debt on Centec. Chair, there are various implications emanating from that. The first one is the weakened financial position. The funds that are owed were obviously identified for various initiatives, which includes growth and the sustainability of the organization. So there is such an implication. And then the second area is as a result of that, we had to embark on cost containment, which generally hamstrung the overall operations of the organization. Your normal initiatives of positioning the organization and driving your growth strategy forward are delayed as a result of that, Chairperson. And the third area is the expected credit loss. You will remember that when one of your creditors hold a big chunk of your monies, in accordance with the accounting standards, you have to provide for a possible maybe delay or non-payment of that portion. So there has been a requirement by the audit process to adjust the expected credit loss, which naturally affects your audit as well. However, Chair, as the SABC CFO reflects, there are ongoing engagements. The SABC had presented a debt payment plan to Centec, and that has been considered by the board and is being optimized by both the CFO. The matter that has been referred to the minister is the matter that relates to the tariff. The debt, I think we're dealing with between the SABC and Centec, just to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, then Sita. Sita.
Thank you, DG. Good day to everyone, members of the committee and the chairperson. Chair, we noted the questions that spoke to the issue of revision of the targets and the governance, related matters. I would leave the governance related matters to the Deputy Minister to speak to. But on these other items, Chair, you had already indicated that next week we're having a more detailed engagement on SITA turnaround plan. And I think therefore these questions will be dealt with in depth during that session, if you allow me to say that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Can I invite DDG Ngobeni and DDG Shelembe? Chair, I will almost wrapping up. Honorable members.
Thank you, DG, and good afternoon, Chair and members. With regard to the question on the audit on the STBs, USASA does an annual audit to stock taking of the STBs and provide a report in that regard. And then on the question of the switch off date, you'll recall that when the two-step process was agreed to switch off the analog transmitters, the first phase focused on the what we call the spectrum that was required for mobile communications, because that was prioritized so that South Africa is also aligned in terms of the use of spectrum with the other countries. So, but with regard to the second phase, which deadline is 31st December, and the department is been engaging with the entities that are involved in this program, in order to provide a comprehensive and a detailed report to the minister in preparation for the session that the minister would like to have with all the stakeholders in charting the way forward with regard to the analog switch off. Thank you.
DDG Shelembe.
Good day to the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members once more. I think there are two questions that I'm going to try and address, having had the entities respond to the other questions. Honorable Mkhaha was asking, noting that targets are not met by entities, and therefore he was asking us spend time to ensure that entities are cajoled and made to meet the targets. Yes, it is true, Honorable Member, that we have multiple platforms in which we engage with the entities on their issues relating to performance. At the first level, really, we have a platform where immediately after the submission of the quarterly reports by entities, we sit around the table with them so that we understand, one, the reasons for poor performance, but as well to try and implore them to institute mitigating areas to improve on performance. That takes place at my level and the level of the entities. Over and above that, we then have a CEO's forum, which is a forum chaired by the DG, which includes all the CEOs of the entities, whereby best practice is discussed, and there is a peer review and peer comparison of performance across the portfolio. We are hoping that peer pressure and peer review mechanism is assisting, to showcase the best performing entities so that lessons can be learned from them as to what they're doing well in order to assist those that are not performing or having difficulties to perform, to emulate them. Part of the intervention includes indeed the formulation of the targets in the first instance, that targets must be SMART, which means they must be simple, measurable, realistic, and target driven. So all of those things are the kinds of feedbacks that we give to the entities. The last question, Chairperson, was from yourself, and it relates to the performance management system of ICASA. After a very long time, Chairperson and honorable members of interacting with the ICASA, we culminated with the development of the PMS, or Performance Management System Framework, which was submitted to the previous sixth administration Parliament, and we debated that with the Portfolio Committee of the sixth administration until it was endorsed by the National Assembly as required by the ICASA Act. After that, then last year still, then the councillors submitted their signed performance agreements to the minister. By law, we are then required to put together an evaluation panel that considers these performance agreements and measures the extent to which each councillor individually, but as well as collectively, have met the targets that they would have committed to achieve. That panel is required again to be appointed by the minister in consultation with the National Assembly. So we are now putting the minister in a position to submit the proposed names for the panel to the National Assembly, which I believe the National Assembly will delegate to the committee to assess before it's then approved by the National Assembly. Once approved, then the panel will assess the performance of the previous financial year of ICASA. But simultaneously, we are now in the process of finalizing performance agreements for this current financial year, which will then form a circular process that will also be considered by the evaluation panel once approved by the National Assembly. Thank you very much, Chairperson. DG, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And just to wrap up from our side, on the last two questions with regards to the post office, the 3.8 billion, we are currently busy. In fact, there's a meeting scheduled tomorrow with National Treasury, but we have been meeting with the post office to make sure that the plan also responds on the issues that were raised by the Minister of Finance. So we will then be tabling the matter tomorrow at the Treasury Committee, and we're hoping that the 3.8 billion will then be considered favorably. It's currently seen as obviously unforeseen and unavoidable, and both the department and the post office will then be making an appearance there. With regards, we've been meeting with the post office, and we also met with the post office yesterday, just to finalize in terms of what the 3.8 billion looks like. And I think, honorable members, by next week, Tuesday, at the session, you will have further details on that. With regards to what the DDG indicated in terms of the governance oversight, just to ensure the performance and holding both the boards as well as the entities accountable, and which is in aligned to the AGSA's presentation. Yes, the boards are the accounting authorities, and they would have to take then the full responsibility. We then, over and above this, the CEO DG's forum, we established an integrated audit action plan, and we've assessed the implementation and the progress of. This is championed by the CAE and the CFO in our department. And we took a decision last year when we established this to look at the MI matters and obviously the matters, overall obviously matters that affect the audit reporting against all our portfolios, but we highlight this specifically just looking from a post office, post bank, SABC, USAF, as well as CETA. And we've been tracking then the progress in terms of the matters being resolved and unresolved, just not taking in terms of what is being reported, but thoroughly unpacking those. We're happy that there were those entities that got unqualified or audit opinion. However, there were still matters that were raised, and those obviously matters affecting the audit reporting. We also have looked at that, and we continue to track that progress, and obviously they also meet quarterly. We have now co-opted the chair of our audit committee to oversee that. That report also then goes to at a high level to the chairperson and ministers forum, so that they can also then take sight of it, and they'll be able to execute the implementation thereof. Check. The last two questions that were asked was the Sentech BBI merger. Just to indicate that yes, that is process still undergoing. I think there were two issues that led or determined the progress thereof. The first was BBI's financial viability, and now that has improved. Then Sentech was then able to do then the due diligence and assessment. We've received that, and then we're now in the process, in as far as, because we're starting off the new administration, we'll then proceed with regards to the merger as it looks then in terms of the revisions with regards to the prescripts as well as the relevant acts. And then similarly, as indicated, Chair, I think you asked about the ECA amendment. This talks to the dissolution of USASA. In fact, we then proceeded with that. It has gone through the cabinet process, and I think soon you'll then hear it or we see it out in as far as the progress and the status of and getting then the necessary public opinion, public input with regards to that as we try to ramp up that particular matter. I would like to hand over to the DM with regards to on the CETA board matter and also other strategic high-level governance matters. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. Thank you, the team. Thank you, Chairperson. Maybe the general statement I would want to make before I even come to the board issue is that it is not easy to know whether entities are moving forward or not, especially if you don't have a sense of where a number of them come from. Because that's just to give an example of SABC. SABC has been on a disclaimer. I've been advised now it's on an unqualified level. And even their targets have improved. Our assessment of SABC when we went to see them 2 weeks ago was that they have stabilized. They are no longer sliding down, except the challenges of revenue that have been articulated by the entity oversight unit. It's an entity that is no longer going down, in spite of technical insolvency. And if you remember, Chair, they would have tabled before us a turnaround strategy that they are implementing and so on. Of course, they continue to have challenges, but not in the negative direction. CETA will also be able to, in spite of the challenges that they are confronting, to demonstrate a number of areas. Even they themselves, their targets have improved. BBI is not where it was now. And already, if you look at the report, it gives you a positive balance. If you can check where they are a couple of months and some time ago, it's not an entity that is what you call. So the joint work that is being done by BBI and Sentech, connecting poor communities and the impact of that, is another thing, Chair, that maybe when the committee has an opportunity, we can do site visit to see what some of these entities are doing. But having said that, I take serious what the Chair has said, that when we said we are going to return supplementary and we don't do that, already I'm sending a correspondence in liaison with the TG and the unit that oversight the state-owned entity. That fortunately, if the problem we had here is the time, it was not because there were no answers. So it should not later than Thursday, those answers should be there because they are not being sought, they are already there. So we are issuing a correspondence, and I'll do that in liaison with the TG and the state oversight. On the board, this is my last point, Chair, having thanked all members for those usual the other point I wanted to make is that, Chair, Oh, not I'll be repeating it. No, I'll be repeating because I wanted to say the time SAPO got to answer questions might actually deprive the committee of getting a lot of important information in that regard. But however, you have given a leeway in terms of them doing a return reply. On the board, I want to make a point that members will remember that the department, we have been doing there has been a legal pursuit on the matter. And then the minister felt.
Sorry, Deputy Minister, I'm so sorry. I'm seeing a hand. Honorable Mates, are you calling order on something? The DM is still on the platform?
No, I'm not, Chair, but I would have I raised my hand that hopefully when he's done, I can just do one input and you can close, if that's okay.
Thank you, Madam. We will do so. Apologies for that, DM.
Thank you. On the board, the minister's view in this regard, Honorable Chair and members, has been that he thought it is no longer wise to pursue the legal war in this matter. As a result, the minister thought we should look at the ways of the parties finding one another. In that regard, having said that, legal teams will look at the legal implications of taking a view of not pursuing the matter. The latest update in that regard is that the minister would have actually opted that the 3 members, because if the honorable members will remember, is that a number of board members of the previous board would have resigned and the 3 took us to court. And the minister's view would have been that let those 3 come back and be part of the board. And the minister would have advised me that the former chair would have actually would take over from the current chair, which the minister would have advised me that they have agreed. But that's the latest update I have on the matter. And I hope maybe next week when we come, we'll actually be giving the latest update in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Mates, you know you're taking chances, but let me give you an opportunity.
But mine, Chair, is just to say that when the department and the entities respond to us in writing, I didn't get, or maybe I missed it, which I doubt I did, on what are the consequence management in terms of us not meeting target, especially those that really we should not be missing target. So that when they respond, that they give us that. I acknowledge that that we've been told this is what we have done. We meet with the department and we check. But I mean, that's not the first rodeo. We've had it before in committees. So I'm just saying that requesting that the committee requests that we have what are the consequence management. We can't have people continue earning salaries year in, year out, month in, month out, and there's no consequences for us not meeting our targets. Thank you for giving me the chance, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Mates. Let me thank the deputy ministers that attended. Let me thank all the entities, DG, for your participation in the meeting. Just in terms of concluding remarks, I want to say on the issue of the questions, we are going to go through the recording and we'll pick up the issues that members had raised that had not been responded and send that through to the department, hopefully with a return date no later than Friday. And I'm saying Friday because as part of our agenda next week is also the adoption of these quarterly reports. So we wouldn't want to do that where there are still some pertinent questions outstanding. But I also want to say that looking forward, colleagues, I understand that government is in the process of working on your strat plans. Please, can you take into account the issues that we're raising? Because as a committee, we would not want to have to come back and again lament the fact that your targets are either too quantitative, they don't speak to impact, they don't speak to outcomes, and we are expected, to rubber stamp those strategic plans. So if you could give serious consideration and should you wish, you could even engage us in that process so that we don't have problems in that regard. On the issue of I think moving forward on quarterly reporting, I just want to affirm the issue that we had discussed also with the Auditor-General, which I think the honorable members have also touched on. Quarterly reports, we are please requesting that they reflect how you are implementing the audit recommendations or the recommendations coming from the Auditor-General, and where targets are not met. Corrective action, yes, but where it also calls for consequence management, I think the committee would like to see that moving forward. Colleagues, my final issue is just on housekeeping. I know that this was our first virtual meeting. There is a sense that perhaps we should not have many of them, but when we do, and there are some benefits to them, including ensuring greater participation following by the public, we do request that everybody on the platform, when you are on the platform, please have your cameras on for purposes of housekeeping and ensuring that people are able to follow our proceedings in a manner that is not only substantive, but also aesthetically pleasing. Deputy Minister, thank you very much to you and your team. I thank all the CEOs, the chairpersons that are here, the honorable members for your diligent indulgence to us for having run over time. And as indicated, we will be asking the honorable members for a non-statutory meeting where we just discuss the programming of the items that we've got on both our remaining second term program as well as the third term program. With no further issues then on the agenda, I would like to declare this meeting officially closed. I thank you.